стоять на месте стоять, иначе рискуешь ничего не понять. Жил-был на свете злободетский, ивентов нет, загрустил не по-детски. Заходит в конфу, ща от скуки умру, но спасен наш хороший, можно хлопать в ладоши. И туса соберется, слеза счастья прольется, и новая дача очень скоро начнется. Но вдруг налетели на дачу тени, привидения говорят, не бывать наслаждению. Ну что же ты, что ты потупил свой взор? Сдавайся, злоба, полный позор. И треснул мир напополам, гремит разлом, и льется дым, идет ретейк под бэкплентом. И меткий свет в коврах под флешку выхожу. По дачным улицам свой фраг я нахожу.
Good morning, folks. Scrawny and Launders here for the final matchup of the BetBoom Belgrade 2024, brought to you by Dacha, because we've got Mouz and Spirit in the grand finals. Lo and behold, Mohan, 5-6 days ago, everybody was sat here anticipating this very matchup. This was the expected grand finals. Both of the favorites on each of their groups have walked forth with relative ease, even despite Torzi's birthday, and suddenly we have the BO5 that everybody was really getting excited for, the #2 ranked team in the world, and a Spirit who has been out of play for a little while, clearly no ring rust. This has the makings of an awesome grand finals.
Yeah, this turned out to be an excellent tournament in terms of the teams coming here and the ability to see Spirit versus the champions of ESL Pro League in Mouz. So yes, I guess the unexpected result of the event was Falcons beating Virtus.pro to make it into playoffs, and apart from that, it was pretty much smooth sailing for every other roster who was supposed to win.
I'll go as far as to say that the Mouz BetBoom opening matchup actually could have had the makings of something a little bit different, right? Those were two maps that went all of the way. BetBoom exceeding expectations and impressing in that game, but then unfortunately not being able to replicate their opening success. Mouz moving forward regardless. Heroic MIBR, you could have argued, was maybe up in the air a little bit. Felt like the Brazilians were anticipated to be a little more plucky than they ended up being, and maybe that does come down to Degster slotting in so well for a Heroic that ultimately falls in the end in playoffs.
And for both teams that sort of made it to the top of the group to play against either Spirit or Mouz respectively, of course, there was very little chance they'd be able to beat them. As Falcons and Heroic not winning a map and setting up a best-of-5 grand final that should end in the most fireworks possible. This could have been the final of Pro League as well. We just didn't see Spirit play there, so for a lot of people, we were wondering, what's Spirit going to look like missing an event like that, and will Mouz be fatigued after having played for those couple of weeks over in Malta just a couple of weeks ago. So first place for this one's obviously stacked, 300K for the winner. First place at Pro League was something like 175K or whatever. So we had this quote from Torzi where, they went out for their birthdays. So they were like a little bit hungover coming into their match yesterday and still pieced up Heroic like it was no one's business. But all the while, they're playing a tournament that's shorter with a massive prize pool at the end and a potential to prove that they can beat Spirit on LAN in the final. So there was a lot on the line. I think they'll be happy to be here. I have a feeling they didn't have a drink last night.
No, I think now with this, with the big prize sat one best-of-5 away, we're ready to lock in for your Mouz. And this is, we brought it up yesterday a little bit in the cast. It's rare for a team to get to play a best-of-5 grand finals, and yet we have two rosters who, indeed, in the last 6 months, kind of have that under their belt. We go back, obviously, Spirit being the reigning BetBoom Dacha champions in Dubai at the tail end of 23, reverse sweep against Virtus.pro. No easy feat. That was James' first best-of-5, and think about how much longer his career is in comparison. And Mouz having and just swept the floor in Malta with Vitality's 0-3 showing against them. So BO5 is becoming a bit of a norm as far as these two competitors are concerned. And in terms of competitors, I have to say, everybody's brought something to the table so far this week. You know, even with the people aren't going to believe it, but there was a moment where Donk didn't look like a god.
Yeah, you're lying. There's no way.
I swear, the start of Anubis versus Falcons ends the half 3-8. They were losing 1-6 after picking up pistol and getting force bought against. It felt like a moment where Spirit were touchable, mere mortals in the server. Even then, he ends the series second highest rated player behind that of Shiro. So we get to have this argument whereby Shiro remains the pillar of support that keeps Spirit propped up if ever there are struggles. Chopper and Shuhei's individual levels have looked awesome this event. Zershin is playing some of the best Counter-Strike of his damn life, and Torji's op continues to hit home. The only piece I would say that we kind of wait for on the Mouz camp is my eyes still sit on Brolin. He's the one person who came to Dacha and said openly with an HLTV interview, I'm starting to feel the fatigue. Like this back-to-back-to-back event thing is getting at me. In the Counter-Strike department, all things seem smooth. But I would have loved to see Brolin maybe get a chance to be the star on across one of these maps at the very least. I anticipate the BO5 maybe being his chance to shine.
Well, at the end of the day, I think, again, it has been a story of like very good anchors. And right now, Brolin, as what would be maybe the fourth best player on the team, maybe behind Shuhei right now, behind Exertion and Torji. As long as he is doing good on CT side at locking down small sites or wherever he's playing on T side, doing a couple of entries here and there, that is actually enough. And he's never going to have the stats of Torji and Exertion. It's actually looking like really healthy scoreboards, whether or not he's happy with his performances. I think if there's one thing I would edit about the way that Brolin plays is he struggles with knowing when to disengage, and I think he still has this, I need to prove I can get this extra kill here and there in certain situations where he'll die, but his team's so good right now that they can get away with it. But he really shouldn't be putting that kind of responsibility on himself, because he's actually not meant to be the star of the show, even though he is the best player to come out of Sweden in some time.
Well, we have our players set to take the stage, so for the final time, let's do it, introducing the teams that belong here in the grand finals of BetBoom Dacha Belgrade 24.
Well, here we have it, Trace. The stage has been set. The smoke is entering the stage, but you know what they say? There's no smoke without fire. And let me tell you now that Mouz are certainly packing a punch when it comes to bringing the heat. You admiring the stage over there, Trace?
Yeah, just kind of trying to take it all in, but obviously I can't look away from this. This is one of the coolest additions, I have to say.
Yeah, I know the Mouz boys are certainly excited about that one. So without further ado, it's finally time to introduce the team that have certainly been making some noise. The unexpected results they might have shown us. Can they do it again? It's Mouz.
And with our first player from Mouz, it's Brolin. Are we ready for player number 2? Because you're going to get it. It's Torji from Hungary. Behind door number 3, you might ask. Shuhei. Check it out. It's Exertion. And last but certainly not least, a man with many impacts. It's Jim Fat.
Welcome, boys. I hope you're certainly as excited as I am. Torji, we caught up a few days ago, and you were telling me about how you guys were incredibly hungover after your birthday. What about today? Talk to me. What have you done in preparation for this best of 5?
Yeah, preparation for today was just like usual, drinking some spirit,
Oh,
Yeah. So we were cooking some in the kitchen, and yeah, I think we are in a good spot.
Are we thinking that you're going to be able to cook them up on the server as well with this best of 5? What do we think veto-wise?
Yeah, probably we will cook them, yeah, 100%. We are pretty confident, yeah.
All right, well, best of luck to you and the team, boys. I'm so excited to see this show go down. Who's going to be the top fragger on your team real quick?
I don't think it's a question of obviously Jim Pat, 17 years old prodigy.
Amazing stuff. Jim Fat, you agreeing with that one? Definitely. I've heard a definitely from him. You guys can go ahead, take to your seats. Trace, I love the fact that it's laughs galore among these boys. They're certainly vibing.
That's what they've been doing the entirety of this time. That's the cool part about watching Mouz right now in their current form. These guys are in a rhythm. They have all the rhymes. And now they're taking everyone else's time. And by doing that, I mean taking trophies away from other teams. Can they do it today, though? That'll be the biggest question that I have, at least, because their competitor is ready to join them on the stage. That's right, we find ourselves at a grand final, one best of 5 to rule them all. And by say ruling them all, I'm talking about freeing the universe, because that's what the artifacts are for. Guess who it is? It's Team Spirit.
First player representing Team Spirit is Zontic. And of course, this wouldn't be a tournament without the highest rated player in the form of Dong. The brains behind the operation, it is Chopper. The real question is whether or not this guy can work his magic on the server like his name suggests. Magic. And last but not least, it is Shiro.
All right, I'm situated up here with Team Spirit. They found their way to a grand final, and naturally, because you're standing closest to me, I'm going to ask you, how do you feel, bud?
Good.
Yeah, okay, you had me nervous there. I wasn't sure what you were going to say. Tell me what it takes today to beat Mouz.
We have to play our game. That's enough.
Okay. Donk, is that all it's going to take for you to beat Mouz?
What?
Can you beat Mouz today?
I don't know.
Well, with that sort of sound, all right, geez. Last thing I'll ask is this. You win tonight, what do you do? Where are you going to go? What are you going to do afterwards?
I'll go to the gym.
I have to respect it. Thank you very much. That's Team Spirit joining Mouz on stage for a best of 5 grand final. If you guys could go take your seats, we can get this party underway, Jasmine.
I'm loving the fact that the Mouz boys have brought the sauce, brought the spice. I love the fact that you're clapping for them as well. I'm super excited for this one, Trace. Do you think Team Spirit are maybe shaking in their boots a little bit for this one?
I don't know about all that, but I can promise you that when I looked at this tournament, these were the 2 teams that were making it to the finals, and that's no hard feelings anywhere else. I'm just going to tell you right now how it is.
Well, that's exactly how it might pan out. Who knows? Best of 5, could we go the full distance? Super excited to see this one. But the real question is what our talents make of it.
I bet they say Mouz wins.
Still not betting Mouz, but I'm thinking, what a cold-blooded killer. Donk takes to the server like it's no business, but then says, I don't know if I'm going to win. I don't know. How are you going to do it? I don't know. Cool as ever. I think that that is a nice aura to have about Spirit. Even when we go back to their Katowice victory, right? Kind of like the notorious pre-match interviews for that grand finals, because it was Magic's just kind of taking the situation lightly, not really giving any hard, confident expectations, in contrast to, say, like Torzy, who says, yeah, we're going to beat him. It's all good. It's laughs and confidence from Mouz, but it's tempered expectations from Spirit, and I like that cool vibe.
Yeah, Team Spirit are definitely in jeopardy of dying from irony poisoning one day, but before that, they might be cold-hearted killers. The thing is that we have seen them get nervous, so it's cool as they act that we'll actually have to wait and see till the match begins, because there is definitely a world in which Mouz win back-to-back events and win this best of 5 versus Spirit. I actually this is the most confident I've been that a series goes 5 maps in a best of 5 of all the ones that I've watched. I mean, I didn't think it was going to happen in the virtus.pro. Mouz won, or I didn't think it was going to happen in the Mouz Vitality one. Maybe that Mouz Vitality one. But I'm thinking, like, this is a minimum 4 maps, probably 5. That's how it feels based on the form and quality that we're seeing from both of these squads. I don't think there's a better matchup that we could have asked for right now, besides some sort of, like, version of FaZe versus one of these two teams at the moment. But even that would be like, you know, Spirit beat them 3-0 at Katowice. So it's like, and then they would probably beat Mouz 3-0.
Player comparisons between Donk and Xerxin. Hard to match up to the numbers of Donk, but Xerxin has certainly been doing it. Second youngest player for the Mouz camp, and his space creation, unlike anybody else's in the server for Mouz. So playing a very important role and coming back into a peak in terms of performance since he burst into the scene doing something similar. You know, there's a lot on the line, I think, for this head-to-head because we're looking at Mouz shooting for back-to-back event victories. Mouz have defeated Team Spirit earlier this year on LAN, giving them their biggest loss on LAN of the year. And even though technically Team Spirit have a couple of series wins over Mouz, both of those were online prior to their last outing. So it's Spirit looking for revenge in some regard, it's Mouz looking for continuous events, and if Mouz can continue to lift these trophies, we're talking about Mouz as an organization potentially taking the #1 rank in the world for the first time.
It's possible, yeah. Now, if we go 1 by 1 for each player, I think when it comes to the Opper, I give that to Spirit. When it comes to Star Rifler, I give that to Spirit. So, we've actually already got the veto ready to go, so the first 2 bans will come out. No Anubis in this veto, so that's, you know, obviously a little sad for Spirit, but Spirit will take out Inferno, and of course, we've seen them all play so many maps now. This could be any combination of Vertigo, Dust 2, Ancient, Mirage, of course, is possible, but since they both play it, I think they'll wait for the second set of picks to go there. So Vertigo and Ancient as the first 2. This is really interesting because Spirit have switched Donk over to the B site on Vertigo, which is
onto A.
Oh yeah, sorry, have switched them from B to A on Vertigo, which has really strengthened their map. Well, on paper, we've seen him play it versus Falcon, so this would be a real test. But it looks like he's doing a lot better. Mirage should be an incredible third map, no matter what happens. Of course, we saw Mouz destroy Falcons.
100% win rate for Mouz on Mirage at the moment.
Yeah.
And going back to Vertigo for a second, it was them, Mouz, who kind of exposed Donk on the B site of Vertigo back at the RMR before Copenhagen. So definitely
part of the reason he moved.
Yep, some of the bad blood of this head-to-head does belong on Vertigo specifically. I'm super excited that's where this series kicks off because, like you said, it looks good on paper. We get one outing with Falcons. It works wonderfully. But what about Mouz on Vertigo? Because historically, between the two teams, they've been great, and just in general, Vertigo seems to be a good place for Mouz to go to, but it's one of the maps that they dropped here at BetBoom Dacha Belgrade. It was one of those ones versus virtus.pro where ramp just didn't quite work for Xerxin. He got canceled out, and while that game did get incredibly tight, they were never able to recover it. So a question mark around Mouz's Vertigo, while we get an exclamation point on the side of Team Spirit's adaptation.
Yeah, but it's overall a pretty perfect veto. You know, maybe it favors Mouz slightly. No, actually, I don't know. Like, I find it hard to sort of judge because we have to find out, first of all, what happens on Vertigo. It's sort of a new game with Donk switching sites, and in the rematch, that being the one variable that changes that's so important. And then the rest of the maps, like a lot of this game could come down to an insanely close Mirage, where you know that if you played it 3 or 4 times, that it would go back and forth. There would not be one single winner on Mirage because they're both so good at it. So, man, this really has the makings of like one of the best of 5 finals that I can remember.
And if it really goes the distance, all 5 maps, then at the very first event in Tier 1 Counter-Strike using Dust 2 in the map pool instead of Overpass, we will have the 5th and final map decide the victory, of course, a D2 Grand Finals.
Yeah.
So, ooh, what an exciting day of CS we have in hand.
Yeah, it's going to be really fun. Really fun. And special shout out to Magix for what we've seen from him at this event. He was a big reason that they stabilized in that game versus Falcons, where you'd think you wouldn't be nervous, but yeah, things were looking pretty ugly until he picked up the op on Anubis. Of course, that's not in the veto, but that's just to say his form is looking very strong. And here is the wall of artifacts, where the last one that will go in, I guess will be the losing team of this grand final.
Sure.
Yeah, and then the universe will
reunite,
explode. Oh yeah, reunite.
Yeah. Yeah, it already exploded, Mohan.
Right.
Come on, get with the times, dude.
We're going to pull it together.
Read the newspapers, would you?
Yeah.
And then, yeah, and then the trophy unlocks, and then Donk, they might have to actually get a step stool for him to be able to reach it, because it is at the top of the artifact wall.
Yeah,
Maybe put him on Zontix's shoulders, and
that would be funny. Really funny way to end. Now I'm cheering for Spirits.
right?
But yeah, I mean, how could you even pick a team, you know, to win this? Like, either one would be such a special story, and both of them obviously have done it already. There's not really any reason to doubt them in finals. There's not really any reason to doubt them in best of fives. There's not really, especially when we're talking about no crowd, because this is two teams that are playing their best CS right now at the studio level, and have to prove later on when they play, you know, in big stadiums that they can have the same results. If it was that case, I would be more worried about Spirit because of their match versus FaZe at the Major. I would be also worried about Mouz just because, well, they also lost on stage at the Major, but their game had a little bit more of an asterisk to it. But yeah, if you go 1 for 1 on each player, Spirit are beating them out. I think Jimpad's the one that stands out as the anchor for Mouz, and then Shuhei as the IGL, I feel like has just a little bit more, I'm a little bit more trusting of his resilience in a big moment or in a really tough game. And if we look at the history of maps that both these teams have played so far, while they've been rising like crazy in 2024, it's Mouz who have had to perform more comebacks and successfully have done so.
Yep, we do give them that credit, right? The ability to fight up, even versus some lesser opposition. When things get rougher for Mouz, they still pull through. And I think that the BetBoom opening match for this event was the argument for that. That's the one game that I thought if things were to go south, if we were going to get an odder kind of group stage into maybe a wonky playoff bracket, you know, if BetBoom wins 2 more rounds in that series, right? They steal away the 13-11 instead of what Mouz does to them. We could have been looking at Spirit versus Mouz yesterday as a semifinal, and then this whole, you know, expected bracket gets upended. So I'm very happy that that's not the case, that they do have this aura about them, this ability to close close matches, to stave off the upsets, and therefore we get this properly placed in a BO5 instead, because there's no question around the consistency of Mouz prior to playoffs. They are the group stage warriors. They've proven it in bigger events. This one, yet again, I think is why they have this confidence. It's why they're allowed to have this kind of this aura about them coming into a grand finals where they're taking it lightly. It's jokes and laughs the entire time. And it just seems like Mouz have a very good team culture. We always talk about the fact that they are 5 young players coming together at the peak of their careers at the same time. There's no one old dog on this group that's, you know, got to keep everybody kind of in check. They are, at the moment, living the best days of their lives and playing the best Counter-Strike of their lives at the same time.
Yeah, it's the dream. They've kind of made the grind up together from the Academy League, and Mouz were actually fortunate enough to be able to have a chance to get Shuhei back on the lineup after letting him go to Gamer Legion. And I think that that was the most important part. I don't know why they couldn't see it at the time, but now that he's on the lineup and they're winning, I think it's obviously something they're very grateful that they were able to pull off. And I think I can only assume the players and Cyclone behind them are all just as ecstatic about the fact that they could continue their journey again with their captain that got them the 4 We Play League championships. But when it comes to the We Play League, we also talk about players like Donk, who had some experience down there, as well as Zontix, and they have also made that grind. It's been more of a lot of testing when it comes to Spirit, and they've been very good at scouting talent. That's something I'll definitely give them credit for alongside Mouz, and it's great to see that pay off in CS2 with 2 very young rosters. And I think that, like, the one sort of smart big purchase they make is like Shiro to come in for Art Frost, and then that just sort of completes it, like right at the right time. Mouz sort of haven't done that. They got Brolin at an opportune moment,
yes,
but they didn't necessarily pick up a player that was as expensive or blockbuster as Frozen that they lost. But the fact that they still made it work actually needs to be studied. It's kind of insane how they've made this roster move so successful in such a short period of time.
They got, I think, lucky in a way that Yimfat ends up being the real deal to kind of replace Frozen in that instance. It wasn't the 1-for-1.
Yeah, true.
But it was just another prodigy. Another great young player with incredible talent.
I would say he's a prodigy.
Yeah? Okay.
I mean, he's already got an MVP. He's literally 17th MVP of Pro League.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah, he is for sure. I think they said that maybe slightly tongue-in-cheek, but at the end of the day, he is definitely such an incredible player when it comes to small sites. One of the best anchors out there. If he wins 1 or 2 more tournaments, might just be regarded as the best anchor.
Well, without further ado, folks, it's about damn time we get into the very last match of the event, the BO5 Grand Finals between Mouz and Team Spirit. We begin on Vertigo, where Donk has recently changed positions. It's going to be a long series if we're all lucky as Counter-Strike fans, so buckle in.
Yeah, let's take this one slow and ramp up as the series goes on, and Vertigo will be so telling and so interesting from the perspective of mentality as well as individual form. And a special test for Donk, who is coming in with 1 match of official experience, and who knows how many scrims playing the A side of Vertigo.
He will be having to size up Xerxin more often than not throughout this map. And Xerxin, somebody who can dominate an A ramp. Hands may be full for Donk as he sits right now with Berettas on short. Working with Shiro inside of the site.
Oh man. It's actually quite a weak setup on A for giving up this much space, so almost getting into a retake spot. Really concerned about B, but no, it's going to be the A side in just a few seconds.
They slid backwards and offered over some space. Donk's getting second thoughts. Tries to get into the mix here. Dual Berettas will connect. Xerxin down, Brolin follows suit. Looking for a triple kill, but the damage isn't quite there. Neither are the smokes. There's a good chance for the CTs to get into the fight. They're going to throw another volley of utility while Yimbat in the background will pick up his kill, make that one a double, and then his hands are busy with the plant. Good fight to get man advantage back. Elevator taken by a T. They slipped behind them. Shuhei. Ooh, he's got a back turn to him. Smoke is fine. Shuhei gets into position, catching Spirit off guard. And despite Donk's best efforts, it's a recovery of a pistol from Mouz.
Yeah, so it looks good again. And my biggest worry about this match is that it ends up being Donk again, who has no problem under pressure, but his team starts to suffer just because they have a loss in their rear view in an important moment. But at least for Donk, it was a very slow start on Anubis versus Falcons that made you wonder if he's going to start slow more and more often now. And that doesn't seem to be the case. So nice round here for Mouz as they take the A site. They have perfect amount of space. They read the setup, which is very passive over on the A site, and walk by anybody who is watching. Yeah, but Happy New Year to everybody out watching the stream right now. May 20th.
Yes, if we're lucky, we'll get a rematch sometime in the near future. Shuhei, ooh, softens up Shiro. And Donk returns the favor. A wall bang. Oh! He gets a second kill out of nowhere. The first one was a 1-bullet wall bang. Luckily for Mouz, we've got Shuhei on the recovery here as they attempt to pounce on ramp off Donk's double deagle. So Donk will not have the slow start that he did versus Falcons, already showing some individual prowess. No kill for any other Team Spirit player in this round, but the bye comes in the third.
Yeah, that's it. Four at least for him. That just keeps the money somewhat low. Nice shots. Yeah, we'll make sure to keep eyes on Donk while he's alive.
Not sure if they're nice shots, but they sure as hell sounded like nice shots.
I saw some good icons in there. Headshot, wall bang.
Okay. We'll chalk it up to an impressive kickoff.
Yeah, I mean, it is a matter of the fact that he, no matter what side he's playing on, he's taking such a high amount of opening duels. Yes, he's very often first contact. Good shoulder here from Shiro. Oh, whoa, he just swings out right away.
There were moments of success for Falcons on Vertigo when it came down to, I think, bullying the opposite side of the map. Donk here on short.
Chopper.
Yep.
Donk's beside him, though.
The two of them on ramp shutting down a lot of the Falcons play, but there were moments where Magix and Zontix without mid support, right? At times we'll see Chopper go. In this round we see Shiro kind of pull back from A, that original 3-person A setup, leaving Zontix and Magix at times in a bit of a fire that they weren't able to always handle. I'm curious if Mouz saw that as well in their previous game and decided to try and take it to them.
So the other half of this is that Donk switched and Magix is now playing B. And that's something that looked good as well, not just Donk playing the A side. So we're going to keep eyes on this as well because he's playing a new position.
But he's going to have a lot of pressure with Jimfat. A very successful T-side entry when it comes to B-side Vertigo. He gets his. Nice move over from Donk in position quick enough. And the little bits of HP left here for Mouz shouldn't be too much to handle. They'll group up, making a ton of sound. Chopper's going to capitalize on the flank. And this first gun round from Spirit goes swimmingly.
Yeah, they can try to hunt this down. Torji's got an AK in hand, and with time ticking down, at least for Spirit, they're down to 3, so they might not hunt. Actually, no, it looks like they will. They even have Chopper wrapping around, which is really smart. Getting into a good spot here. Might be dangerous for Torji. He actually might walk into this. I don't know if he stays inside the stairs. Okay, no, he's safe for now. So that's at least one AK to bring forward. I think they should still have enough money to buy, considering Donk was the only one to get kills in the first 2 rounds. But, yeah, that bit of aggression. I thought Shiro had definitely seen somebody, and they didn't have any util set up to help him with that swing. And, I mean, there is something to be said about swinging with no flash, but when it could be a pop flash, it's hard to justify not throwing one.
Couple measly pistols here for Mouz. Economic problems early on. Don't forget, Spirit had majority alive as they shut down that B site. There was a very critical kill back there where Zontix was blind and still shaved off the second entry attempt. So doing well under the pressure thus far. Frag grenade at Donk's feet. He'll win the duel against Xertion.
Ooh, the nade betrays Exertion for sure. Donk standing right in behind that animation, and I don't think he can be seen.
And he's going to get boosted as well, so a great chance to kill Jimpat. Yes, sir. Even as he's sliding down. That headshot's gross. Donk looking for more. 3 kills to his name. Shiro looks to trade. Brolin on the ramp for the clutch. He's got the first one locked in, and he's got himself a weapon to reload as he looks to sulk away to the bottom of ramp with the bomb on his back and 2 players left to topple.
I remember a Brolin 1v3 on A-site Vertigo.
Yeah, me too.
Attempt for sure. And with the time, he's trying to make it seem like he's going to walk back. Now, the only problem with this play is that there's a chance they, both leave to B. But there's obviously a high likelihood that at least one stays. Whereas if he walks to B right away, I feel like there's more of a chance you see nobody or a rotator instead of 2 committed CTs. But now they'll start to go over towards that side of the map. It looks like he's going to be not quite in time, depending on how quickly Zontix plays it. And he's walking up. No molly or HE for him. He can actually run into the site. Oh, there's a chance to plant and a chance to complete this 1v3.
Brolin rolls through B, plants after the Zontix challenge, gave him an extra second, and a sliver of vision taken back by Magix, clutching inside the site. Not this time, Brolin.
Yeah, really good try, honestly. And again, a player that you don't often see, late into the round, but shows how comfortable he is in these 1vx situations. But this round, once again, is all about Donk. I mean, look at kills like this. I mean, he barely gets vision of anybody. Shuhei, he has to flick. It's an obtuse angle that he has to hit Shuhei on, right on the head, or he's going to die. There's no advantage for him coming into that. He only comes around the corner because he thinks he's still deep on the ramp, right? That he can walk out. So that's when it goes beyond Counter-Strike. That's why we've been talking about Donk so much this year. And yeah, that's when Spirit are at their scariest.
That's that electricity in a Donk moment that just 3 kills in makes you think he's about to get the ace.
Yeah.
Snapshot.
No, it's a matter of if they were any worse, he would have got the ace, essentially.
Snapping the crosshair to Shuhei. Ooh, Brolin actually just straight up winning the duel to Shiro, who's not been having a good time in these mid-fights early. 2/3 of Brolin's health gone. Deagle contact with Chopper, so feeling that Spirit are pressuring down ramp. And by extension, perhaps having numbers inside B. Jimpak climbs over the wood wall with support towards Tetris. Torji and him looking to pressure into B. Xertion does pick up that kill at the base of ramp, and all of Mouz ready for this sight hit. Magic's doing a good job of staying alive, drawing him in slowly, and yet Yimvat has his name. We've got Zontix stuck on construction as bomb is planted. 4 softened up players for Mouz, but a team Spirit that will need to bank on Donk to get the retake going. Nice of Zontix to offer at least one in the mix here.
Yeah, was that the duel that Brolin needed? Oh, looks like it's fine. Zontix goes down, Donk left alone. 1 on 3, half the bomb ticked. Too much of the site to cover, and a fact that they can play behind Jenny now, that they've killed Zontix, and Donk doesn't want to even try this.
So as much as Donk is going to be going and unleashing himself on A ramp and has already in this, I would say that when we look at Mouz and talk about their X factor, 17-year-old Jimfat, he is a key to B site entries. And by taking Donk off of the B site to let him thrive CT half, I think you now give Jimmy more space to succeed on the offense.
It's true. He is such a key part to their T sides, and it's always a great idea to have the player who plays the site kind of play the attacking side as well, because they understand what the weaknesses are in terms of holding, what the better angles are to approach on. They can basically show you what they're afraid of when they come in. And you saw how Jimpat came around the corner of the smoke that last round very carefully on a specific angle and killed Magix. And those few rifle opportunities are all you need inside of one half. Just 3 or 4 good gimmicks, and basically that kill can win you the round. Right now, it's teams on CT side are still figuring out how to become very consistent on B site. Vertigo, I think the players who have the best protocols are players like Shush, and I think that there's not that many examples of people who can do it by themselves, that's for sure. A lot of sites don't need that much support, B needs a lot on Vertigo. Or a lot of B sites on other maps, I should say.
So a nice back and forth here. The successful endeavor on B from Jimmy. Mouz won't lose that momentum. They've got Shiro on a scout. MP9 push from Chopper is great. He gets his revenge 1 round later. And this time there is nobody else there for Mouz. They didn't get that Shiro opening pick in middle. Jimmy doesn't have an easy route into B. He'll try his damnedest, but we've got a player up on Tetris. 2 of them get shaved off through smoke. And so Mouz find footing in B again. Donk is here to trade. A little late to the party, but still always dangerous.
Yeah, he's still getting his. Up to 10 kills now. And it is actually still a 3-on-3.
Chopper fast on the flank as well.
Making noise.
That's going to swipe away Shuhei. Tetris player pinned in between the SMGs. He turns it. Jimmy doesn't give a damn about Donk. And so Shiro tries to press forward, knowing the flank is compromised. He gets into the cover, jumps with the USP. You want to see a clutch, then you want to see Shiro in the server.
Oh my god.
Now he's got a gun. And as he gets pushed on with the scout in hand, Brolin right there dancing. Tagged. 27 health.
Oh!
Not going to be able to hold back. Shiro's ice cold.
I want to see this guy play puzzle games. He can find a way out no matter how little space he has to work with. Shiro, that's incredible. Another clutch on Vertigo in this tournament that has you eyes wide open.
If we get 5 maps of this kind of action,
wow.
The tethering here, the tempo, and the double out from Brolin, I mean, to keep them alive in that moment, clutch attempts layered on top of each other from both of these teams. Force buys 3 rounds in a row, momentum not stabilizing, and again we're going to get Donk locking in on A. Chopper to peek, and Zershin down. 2 rounds, he will find nothing here on ramp.
And that was Shiro not really in the game until that moment. And that's exactly what shows us the layers on this roster, as Shiro is the best closer. And the fact that, I mean, he doesn't even need to do it with an AWP. He does it with whatever gun he's got. He did it with a pistol in the game versus Falcons. He actually puts so much pressure on you to make decisions quickly when you're up 3 players because of how he sections out angles. With all his fluid transpositions from one hard fight to another, being so creative with very little space to work with. And even though this recovers the half for Spirit, both teams are low.
Oh, whoa, he made steps, and Chopper a little slow to react. Donk's awkwardly falling off site. Torzi coming at that fast. I thought Chopper would have had the heads up, but
yeah, no reactions, really surprising there.
Caught off, and now SMG's forced to retake. Mouz may have just been given a gift. They creep forward past Zershin's corpse.
And this underscores how little Team Spirit have to work with on this round. 3 MP9s left over. Very low utility. Shiro bought them an opportunity, but that was basically to have like an easier round coming up to stabilize their economy.
Damn, Shuhei operating in the shadows, organizing the team, getting them just close enough. And that wave of violence out of Mouz just kind of hit him in an instant. It's not often you see Donk caught off guard, but dropping off of sight box like that, he's done
because
for.
his teammate died in a spot that he would have been protected in. So he didn't have any time to reposition because Chopper wasn't supposed to die that easily. And sometimes it's a comm that you don't hear, that makes so you don't hear a footstep, and that's all it takes. And it's obviously Mouz happy to make risks there because they didn't come in with a totally full buy. And we go from 3 MP9s to 4 as Team Spirit make another purchase. Well, this will be interesting to see what kind of setup they have with 4 MP9s. But you know what? I mean, it's not a terrifying buy here for Mouz entirely. Okay, now with that extra AK picked up, I take it back. They've got the utility.
Jimfat instantly opens up towards the other side of the map. So Donk peels off Crane. We get this double CT push towards stairs. Meant to get them into position. Instead, it gives Jimmy a great chance at a double kill, but Zontic survives 1 health. Donk gets tagged by the nade. Mac 10's gonna chew through what was left of him. His job made all the harder by the utility. And while Shiro is tucked in the corner, he's gonna try to sprint outward. Xerxin hears this, fighting back with the SMG of his own, all's good. And it seems like Mouz can sink their teeth into the A site yet again.
Yeah, he played that perfectly, peeling back, having Shiro come forward as he was insecure about what was happening on the A site, and then finish the job after.
Triple kill with the Mac 10. One of the best rounds Xerxin has had yet this map.
I'm like so excited. I'm like literally so excited to see how this game ends up that like I don't even. It's like I almost don't even want to watch the map because I want to get to like map 4 and 5 because it feels like it's an inevitability. Of course, it's true that because either team could win any of these maps, honestly, that it could be a 3-0. I think it would just be a harder 3-0.
Right, than the one Vitality had.
Yeah.
Terrorists win.
Ooh, Jimmy. Give him a damn chance, would you?
I think you nailed it for this T side. We're definitely looking at Jimpat to take advantage of the fact that their communication is going to be a little extra stressed. There's new people talking to each other and new protocols that they have to get used to. And then all the little tricks that Jimmy has added over the course of the last like 6 months that Spirit are going to be trying to combat, to sort of like figure out how to beat without any officials in practice. And there goes Donk with a pistol.
Thinking he hadn't been spotted, but now Chopper has to give up his sneaky position. And an aura of desperation here on Spirit's 9th round. They'll swing with the USPs. Can't get much done in that case. And Shuhei continuing to rack up the stats, which not just versus anti-ecos, I think of it now, but man, he really has been putting forward some amazing individual level as of late. The MVP of the ESL Pro League Grand Finals, essentially.
Yeah. Yeah, he was.
He walks away with the DHL trophy because he is elevating his individual form. And you go back just to Chengdu, that was the event prior. You know, he ends that event with a 0.7 something.
Yeah, it was always like that. I mean, even when we casted him back in WePlay, it was like when we didn't know who was calling for each team, we would watch them play and be like, is it Shuhei? Like, is Shuhei the caller? Because he was such a strong individual fragger as well. But then honestly, when we would always hear their comms. Like they would do like full rounds of comms in WePlay, which was awesome. And you'd be able to hear that Shuhei was such a strong voice in the team. Everyone's got a different accent talking, and no one was really like panicky or over-calming, but Shuhei's voice always came through. You know, I think that his calmness actually is really paramount to why they look so organized in all these pressure moments.
Well, it's one of those things where we always say that a good in-game leader is also a leader of men outside of the server, right? You have that certain aura about yourself. It's something where your teammates can look up to you. But when everybody is this young, it's kind of hard to differ from one another. You got, you're talking about a 20-year-old leader of men. It just doesn't quite click as naturally, perhaps. But over time now, undeniably, he is slotting into it. And I think that's kind of propped up by Cyclone. It's enabled by, we didn't even talk about it, but the Zipix edition right ahead of the major.
True.
He's got real experience surrounding him and having the time of his life at the moment. 8-3 after the anti-eco. Guns back out for Spirit this round, but not as frisky as we've seen. Chopper still sitting halfway on the ramp as the smoke pops. Nade comes at him, misses the mark. He throws one out himself and will try with the spam, but Xerxan doing a good job of staying off the line. It's a decent amount of cover here. It's one of those spots where you can at least try to crouch into the cover. Torji gets the trade frag to Donk. Shiro's looking to peek down short, and toying with the corner could be the dangerous game. But he survives.
He's still got angle dominance on this side of the map. I think he's tempted just to hold on to it. There's no op to challenge him, so it frees up the rotation here for Chopper. But even if, that means even if they come back, like, he doesn't get a kill, which means some space made for Mouz, and he knows that they need to come forward, so he's actually staying very active. They got a fair few grenades, though. Rotations need to come in to help him.
Shuhei's going to keep that utility pressure up, but the rest of the pack are really leaving.
Where's Torji off to? Is he just going to clear it out, or is he going to walk all the way through? Magix kills Jimfat, and a lurk comes into the site.
Oh my
They're
God.
actually working it to B.
Shuhei, he gets in between all of it. Torji finds the entry, and a missed jump from Zontix will cost them the site. Jimfat.
Oh, but this call is crazy. The way they pulled that off.
Phenomenal.
They turned that into, what? They turned that into a B-side hit? They made that look like it was on time as well. Of course, it could have come down to Zontix finding that frag, but there was actually 3 players very closely spaced behind him that could have got that trade and guaranteed the plant, even with the 7 seconds remaining.
Just to think that all that happens, and even then, Magix kills Jimfat,
Yeah.
the front runner of that rotation, the guy who's meant to guarantee the opening and the space that comes with it, but instead, he's got Shiro panicked. Shuhei slipping through the smoke. I mean, that's just the cherry on top.
That's an insane call, right? That's a call that you say, no, we shouldn't do this now. We'll wait until a round where we have more time to do it.
And he dies.
Oh, and he dies.
Shiro no off.
Ooh, and Shiro could have hit that shot earlier on and made that a lot easier to deal with. Around 36 seconds, Shiro's there off short, watching into A ramp, has 2 chances for kills, doesn't grab him, but with his nades and holding short the entire time, you think it's fine. But they throw the sight smokes to obfuscate vision, make it very confusing for the CTs to know if the exec is coming or not, and it ends up being a lurk play. And with 19 seconds, it's Xerxan to turn, or sorry, Torji to turn back on A ramp and still make that look like an easy choice to hit B. Very impressive stuff here for Mouz.
And I'll return to what the point you brought. Oh, hold on. Pistol fight. Picked up. Jimfat continues to thrive inside B site. At the start of this series, you kind of went down the line in terms of these 2 teams and their head-to-head. You said that, Shuhei versus Chopper was one that you were going to extend the branch to Shuhei's side. And with a call like that, I'd say great evidence of his ability to mastermind in a high-pressure moment.
Yeah,
EO5.
You see great defaults out of Chopper and like strong out-of-spawn strats. You don't see too many sort of improvised, on-the-fly, last-second, cohesive, and complicated ideas.
That feels like a Kerrigan call.
Yeah, exactly.
And that is the comparison that we make between Shuhei, Kerrigan, his biggest influence, and the fact that in a head-to-head, Kerrigan's got him covered.
Yes. Very few people are brave enough or able enough, because they don't have enough control over their teammates and trust, to be able to come up with creative calls that are... People have to understand how hard that is to be able to organize, especially when they could have tried A and it still would have been decent. That's really the hardest part about saying, okay, guys, you guys are going to start walking B, I'm going to fake here, and then boom. Because they didn't come up with that strat before they got to the A ramp very late into the round.
Completely zoned out of this one. 5 players up for the time being. And the 2 CTs swept away. No guns saved, no guns lost. Mouz, after that back and forth force war we had, where the momentum was interchanging round to round, they are very clearly taking away with this T side.
Yeah, it's dismantlement right now of the CT side of Spirit to have made an adjustment that makes a lot of sense. And if Donk didn't go over toward the A site, well, we would think, oh, maybe it's time for him to do it. But fact is, I think they made a pragmatic change. It's not working out quite yet. And Mouz are just showing how, well, they were already good T-side Vertigo. They didn't need to make a change. And now they've got a bunch of experience with that, as well as a Vertigo win over Spirit under their belt this year already.
Yep. And I don't think it could be understated the impact of Yimfat over towards that B site. He's got both Magix and Zontix sitting at 3 kills each. Early round picks, late round lurks, serving as the entry when there's a commitment behind him or operating on his own. He has shown us many colors of a B site attack, and all of them looking good on Mouz. Donk seeing nothing just yet. 4-player pack creeping up the ramp. He's got support from Chopper, but as Chopper trades nades, ooh, Donk can recover. Good double kill.
Wow.
Shiro towards sandbags, not into the mix just yet. Donk picks up a lot of slack because that could have gone way worse.
Absolutely, but it's still possibly a 9-3 half, even as good as that recovery was in that moment. Donk is now dead. It's going to come down to his teammates. Shiro's got that 1v3, but outside of that, nothing. He's got to step up.
Ooh, they hear Zontix burning, so confirmation. One player's on the short lane. Shiro spotted, but flashed off. Zontix locked into the gunfight, looking to hang on, down to 30 health, make it 3, and all is good. They recover the final round.
Get that over with for Spirit. They've now just got to think about what they understand, which is their T side of this map. As for Mouz, they completely won this half easily. Really, really well done. You couldn't ask for more if you were Shuhei from your teammates. They got lots of duels they won versus Shiro. They stopped his impact entirely. Jimpat was easily lurking into the B site, and he even had a call that I think made him the star of the show just a couple of rounds prior. So very close to taking Vertigo in this series, and every map could be the pivot point in this series because it could easily go all 5. Now we've seen Spirit make a 9-3 comeback versus BetBoom earlier on in this event. It's not the same quality of opponent whatsoever, but it was still actually impressive to see Spirit make a comeback because, again, they've been so dominant that, ironically, it hasn't been them testing their resilience almost ever. So it seems like they either have fall on their face rarely or just dominate every single opponent. And that's what I think has led me to have a little bit more confidence in Mouz in the tense moments. But now it's Spirit's turn to step up.
Following in the footsteps of his older brother, from Sergey to Jimfat, Finnish Counter-Strike is in good hands. Sprinkle in a major champion. You've got a country that's well represented in the history books. Just to have a team as young as Mouz with as much experience as they're starting to gather and the success that comes with it. I've said it once earlier this week, but man, CS2 is in good hands. Brolin looking for the long-range fight. Will be chased down by Donk, who doesn't get the duel he had hoped for, but does elicit the peek from short side. Donk has 100% kept up his part of the bargain, 13-11 after a 4-round half for his team. We'll continue to try and walk into this A site looking for something to shoot at, as Donk does. But it is Zontix to take first blood in the second pistol, then immediately falls off the stairs. We get this fast and noisy rotation over towards A. Torshi's killed Shiro, but Donk making a ton of sound.
I don't think Torshi could believe it. That he would, oh my god, that he would do it. Wow, there's Donk leaving a stamp here on the pistol.
He has silently crept up beyond the crane.
Not silently.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
no.
his man is just running around.
Yeah, silently up to short, then starts running. Torshi can't believe his ears, but he is forced to. Donk gets deep into the A bomb site, serves as the rotator for Team Spirit, and off the back of that, we've got a T side with legs to stand on early.
It's going to be a real hero's journey if he can somehow like pull this game out via his own individual level. He is literally the maybe one of 3 players in the world at the moment that could do it, that can just win a map almost by themselves. And you know, that might have been ZywOo versus FaZe. That might have been that might be Monacy these days. And then it's Donk, who's consistently done impossible things. As a team, it's clear that Mouz are on the same page right now, but does anybody stand to Donk?
Feels like the biggest hiccup yet from the Mouz camp. Just letting Donk creep halfway to you.
And if you're honest with yourselves, you know, I would be joking about that if I was Mouz. You know, before the game starts, listen, we're playing against Donk. Like, you have to be honest. If you're going to be a pro player, you have to be realistic and honest about things like that. And then you say, okay, but what's the game plan, and are we the better team? Where can we beat them? Like, as you would do in anything, you play to your own strengths. And if one player was that good, you think about your best way to nullify that person. But then you also think, well, where do we beat them? Where do we beat Spirit out? And there are plenty of sort of upsides for Mouz that Spirit will have to overcome. And I think they have shown that they've highlighted some of those things. The teamwork, the lurking.
I think the lurking. Tapping into Jimpat in the first half. Already one example of it in what could be a long best of 5. And I think all series long, we're going to keep kind of returning to this conversation as to where can Mouz creep through? Where do Mouz have them bested?
Because that is the thing about Shiro. He's an incredible closer, right? Like, amazing in clutches, but not a lurker. He's still an offer.
Everybody down for the Mouz camp.
Ooh, 2-round game.
And a Donk that is looking sharp as needed.
This is a game that everybody should be watching right now. Great from the org perspective, too, that they're having their best year simultaneously. We've been watching Mouz and Mouz Sports before that play for so many years.
I mean, we could genuinely transition to a time where Mouz as an organization are no longer considered like a feeder team. They could stop selling individuals and start tapping into trophy lists. Insertion tested and supported. Jimpat's gonna get man advantage. Guns make a difference here for Mouz. They also maintain ramp control for the time being.
Yep, it's excellent trades. It's excellent trades with maintaining bottom B vision. You can give it back for a second, but this is killing time off the clock for Spirit. Smoke's bad. They don't want to fall for a bait. It's got to be Chopper's turn to come up with something cool.
Shiro and Magic's both outside B with the full belt of utility. Meanwhile, Chopper on the other side of the map can't really do much. Can't sell too much. He's got a smoke grenade, but already confirmed and tagged low. So there gets that volley into the B hit. Jimpat looking for his angles, staying real deep on this one. They could be cautious on the approach, but he misses his chance. Magic's bests him in the duel. A little bit sloppy.
Uh-oh, there's a lurk here. It's perfect for Chop. Oh, no! He comes out a little late.
Shuhei keeps his eye on it. Brolin already in with the first of the retake. Shiro toppled, and we get Mouz keeping 3 up. Even when Jimpat left a little to be done on the B site, all the other pieces keep their head on a swivel, making sure Chopper doesn't get his on the lurk, and guaranteeing that Mouz's first gun round goes well.
Yeah, all they can say is that was an opportunity. That was a really big opportunity where Jimpat had a fine angle to get one. If he got traded, that would have been a normal sort of performance, but he doesn't get any, and so it's a 3v3 for a split second. And at that moment, it causes the rotation from Shuhei that could have been exploited by Chopper, but a mistimed lurk where he would have had to run out a couple of steps, but if he did, he would have definitely killed Shuhei. And instead, a shout out to Shuhei for just being careful because he didn't hear Chopper. Chopper did not fast step in that situation, and he just checked on that lurk just in case. Looked like the idea was decent, but too many layers of resistance here from Mouz. They've got 4 players in the green. And Spirit only have 1.
Donk has a vision here against Brolin.
Wow,
Yeah, nice headshot.
That even noticed that the first time around is crazy.
Just through the flames. There are certain maps in this pool where Brolin's going to be kind of left to his own devices and away from the action. Vertigo is one where he is instrumental to the ramp play.
Did that smoke miss?
Yeah.
That allows for short. That's actually huge. You can see that they can crawl up the A ramp now because they have it.
Man, on a round they don't have much to work with. They get what they need, a Donk entry frag. He's going to try to climb up, but what?
Oh, bro. Dude.
Another!
Oh, you can't just walk into him now.
Yeah, right.
That's insane. That's actually insane.
And you can see Torji getting ready for the jump up.
Yeah, he's like, oh, finally a free kill comes my way.
And there it is. The Donk factor for Team Spirit.
That's the X factor. The most X factor. Who will be the best player in 6 months' time, 3 months' time, the end of the year? That's up for massive debate. I mean, super speculative. Who the hell knows? So much conjecture involved. So many variables. What tournaments they're playing in? Can he keep it up? Is his play style confidence based? Who will figure him out? All that stuff. But in terms of who's got the most X factor in the game right now, there is no question. No question at all. It's Donk. He just won that round. He just won that round through a Molotov on the tip of the top of a smoke with barely seeing any targets, instant to the dome, and then a total freebie second trade as he reads the jump up.
Yeah, Shuhei. Sorry, buddy, but you were never getting away with that one.
Yeah.
Felt like 10 bullets fired from Donk, 3 kills, and a round win with it. Talk about bang for your buck. And remember round 16 and that 3K because it leaves a door ajar for this T-side to get the game tied up. You've got all the money now in the line for Mouz. We'll see if whether Brolin wants to take a risk of playing out on the extension of ramp like that or whether they just want to keep themselves tucked in sight more so. But even that intimidation that Donk brings to the table is going to be a variable here that could end up costing Mouz map 1. Still enough to buy, still enough utility to keep ramp control if they choose to. Team Spirit's coming back for another serving. A fight off Crane's one thing, but Brolin gets tagged by the nade. And so he's even working with less than he had last time.
And they want to fight for this so bad because they're low on utility. They just want to take a raw duel if possible. All they'll come away with is a little bit of damage from the utility. But they have to eat some as well.
Zontix will continue to do his thing on B. Waterfall smoke drops.
I think this is the right call from Chopper, and I feel like he's not afraid of the smoke, actually. So he's going to stop them from trying to push. Oh, he gets killed through the smoke. Ooh, nice find from Brolin.
Afraid of it or not, Brolin sends bullets through. Great timing from the Swede.
Now things change.
Torsi.
Oh, what?
Catches another one, a wallbang onto Donk. What happened there? Zontix, he's going to be forced to try and recover this, but versus Xerxin, who nearly predicts his position, then flashes himself back in. Zontix, double! He kills the rotator, deals with Xerxin, empty-handed B defense to try and keep the round alive for Spirit, but they rock the boat back, and Shiro creeps up short just in time. Scopes up fast to Brolin, denies the elevator rotation, and Shuhei, it'll be a clutch demanded of him with just the FAMAS versus 2. Slides out in front of smoke.
Spotted now, no HE.
Oh, and Shiro could just be holding this angle, so he takes a risk running out and falters. Wow. Zontix with the double kill on B, gets man advantage taken back, and with the 2v2, Spirit shine.
Yeah, and it's about time we got a round like that out of Zontix, because people have been looking at him as the most underrated part of the lineup, and that's fair to say. You can see when he's playing well that he can keep up with the best as another very young player who was very promising at the start of his career. And these 2K entries, that's actually something that he's done in a few big matches on Vertigo on T side. Again, when it's most important. So 1 round game again, but this time Mouz are the ones saving. Oh my God! What? He was looking through a toothpick. That was the tiniest gap. It's like he saw a reflection in his eyes or something. It was...
Rest of the pack from Spirit just looking at this A site as the solution to man disadvantage and huge weapon advantage. Utilities there too, but the flash. Oh, Zershin comes in, but his M4 can't find anything else. Okay. They do their damnedest to make this round scary for Team Spirit, looking to keep them on their toes. That flash had them blinded, but Donk recovered it nicely with Zontix too.
Dude, that Zershin shot was insane.
A testament to the talent in the server this evening. When even rounds like this have X Factor.
Yeah, and they brought it with a nice tactic to complement the open and kill with the 1 flash. It was good timing as they were turning the corner on ramp. But they're going up against better guns. And getting into sandbag was really key for Team Spirit.
Tied game, folks.
Tied game. This map one's already delivering.
That was their chance right there. You got a player climbing up.
Yeah.
3 through the smoke. 1 of the M4s in the middle of all that. But it was Shiro who I think was the one not flashed.
And this, you know, Spirit bring this back. This will be another one, like a map, a comeback versus a very strong team. This will be one of their most important maps if they make something of it.
And particularly a taste of revenge on Vertigo, where Mouz were the kind of first to expose them.
Yeah.
And kind of
they literally showed
that.
It was possible to beat them.
Yep.
Yeah.
And not just beat them, whoop them. And kind of were the forefathers of this narrative that Team Spirit, Vertigo's the weakness. That's how you beat Donk.
Yeah.
And we see Team Spirit's formula have adaptation coming into this very event. And Donk no longer seeming to struggle. 21 kills deep.
And now it's just T side. Oh, that's Donk down.
Okay, interesting.
Another nice one from Brolin on the ramp.
Very good pickup. He's going to have a critical role moving forward, but Jimpat here on B. Last time it was the Zontix double to recover. Instead, he's deterred, swaps over to the AWP. Shiro to take the rifle. And Spirit to kind of walk away here. Plenty of time for them to work this one out.
And they've been mostly oscillating back and forth between trying to find the ramp duel, going back to B stairs for a duel, getting turned away at the door. Now they've got to lurk inside of middle. They haven't been playing these quickly.
Dangerous, Brolin.
Yeah,
dangerous.
Oh, there is a chance, yeah. It's a slightly sloppy jump spot. That's a tough one you can die on. He didn't hear the scope up.
His position was so far from the site, too. His teammates have to scramble over. Zershin's going to be running a risk playing site, but it works. Even if Shiro creeps in behind him, it was a teammate down already. Torshi rails him through the smoke.
Wow.
And the op will close this one. So Mouz, thanks to Brolin, man advantage. Thanks to Jimfat, turning the attack away from B.
Yes.
And even with that Brolin clip on ramp, everybody reacted very quickly.
Yes, that's really what mattered the most. And even though he dies here, he's dying to a player who's at the bottom of ramp.
Damn.
That buys time for people to get in.
Yeah, hyper-aggressive from Brolin, goes peeking into the bottom of ramp to find the duel against Donk.
Again, I think that's really the only thing missing about his game is that he does have the aim and everything, but I mean, at this level, you can't have that ego versus everybody, and he needs to believe in himself, but also know when to disengage.
Boy. Nade exposes it. Oh, they were both looking for the same thing.
Yes.
CT's nade, though, doesn't clear the smoke. And so slightly disjointed, Brolin gets bested. Jimpat to be tested, Shiro on the attack. He's got him zoned in behind boxes, support from top middle. Magic's doing a great job of making this look easy.
Wow.
2 kills for him. His best moment thus far in the map. Couldn't come at a better time.
And it's about time we saw Team Spirit use their lurks more effectively. Second layer into middle. Donk wins his ego duel versus Short. Brolin and him definitely trying to pick a bone with each other. And Donk looking to not leave any room to escape. We'll see if this early hunt will cause a problem for the CT side. Uh-oh, Shuhei shows himself and ends up dying. No bullets in here. Oh my god.
Torzi shaking in his
yeah.
boots, man. They're
coming
all
from
around
everywhere.
him.
Yeah, holy smokes.
Making a ton of sound, and Magix puts up a trio of kills as he sweeps away the final player. And this one, just when Mouz have a convincing round 1 prior, it's tied up at 10.
Yeah, and Magix will always go underrated on this lineup because of the amount of like story times, you know, sucked up by the other players.
HLTV caught up with him in Belgrade. He said, yeah, I'm just walking around the map doing stuff. Sometimes getting carried, sometimes not.
Yeah, yeah.
I think he is.
And he's an aimer. He's someone who's won FPL a couple of times.
Yeah.
Like he's
content to do his job.
Once upon a time, he was the young blood on this roster.
It's no longer about him. He knows it, and it's fine.
Yeah. Slots in.
This is looking like a Team Spirit lead, folks.
Uh-oh. Couple
armored pistol players. And we have seen Mouz in a similar round like this 2 or 3 rounds ago cause a hiccup. But it feels like Spirit are wary of the threat of a sudden pistol push. Nades off the mark. Flash finds Chopper, but they both regain vision down here on the bottom of B, so the threat not too real. Staircase covered. Zontic set up wonderfully here by Chopper, and they'll deal with that threat. Everybody keeping their guard up the entire time. Donk going deep down on A site. Will be killed out by Brolin. That's an AK to be grabbed over.
Bro's just doing pirouettes coming onto the A site, but he's just hungry for blood. This round's pretty much over already.
Yeah, total shift over towards the B site instead. Team Spirit an 11-10 lead.
Yeah, and still have literally zero idea who's going to win this map. It's like they're so close to each other. I'd say there's been more tough moments here for Spirit, more worrying signs slightly for Spirit overall, but then we're starting to see, you know, good things happen every once in a while. Shiro gets his 1v3, starts to get back into the game. Magic has his 2K entry round. Sontix has his 2K entry round as well. I know Brolin's going to be putting this on himself when he gets to the next rifle round to try to be the one to kill Donk again, because that's just so much wind out of the sails of Spirit early on into the rounds. And it's not an easy fight to win, but he's been doing it. Final moments of this game. Anything is possible. Full buy will be here for both teams. This one's for map point here for Spirit after coming back after an 8-4 start. This will be one of their toughest comeback maps, honestly, versus any team. Mouz, champions of Pro League, the best they've ever played. And they're turning up the speed.
Okay. Brolin's wanted this fight. Well, now you're going to get it.
Oh, he got it.
Donk turned the wrong way. Thought it was fast enough. Brolin survives the op shot with barely any health left. He will drop Shiro from a distance. The op shot slightly off the mark, just enough to give the Swede his double kill and a real chance for Mouz to just take that lead right back. Back and forth we'll go, like we had it in the first half.
I swear to you, we saw him take a breath on that pistol when he was saving that last round, readying up for this moment. So much responsibility on his shoulders, but he was Atlas in this round.
No sane man would sign up for a head-to-head versus Donk in 2024. So Brolin taking that responsibility, proving he's got those broad shoulders. Spirit have it in the tank to reclaim the 3v5. It's good utility pressure. It's a wall of smokes. If that drywall boost doesn't work, then suddenly the short player is going to get caught out. We get Magix to finish off Brolin first. Slide out from Crane is punished. Careful now, Mouz. We get tied back up at 3 players apiece. Inside of the smoke goes Zontix. They've crossed paths, and oh, they get caught. Shuhei thinking he'd get away with it. Frag grenade off the mark. The little health left on Magix. Zontix punished for an attempt to go through. And Jimpat, he may catch them off guard. A bomb plant exposed. A jump that goes unpunished.
15
but
seconds.
15's not a lot. And so as he crawls back beyond that smoke, Jimpat looking for blood. With Chopper's AK in hand and the op on the back shelf, they wait for the contact. Bomb drop, no chance. Mouz, tie at 11.
Oh, it goes all the way now. Round 23 and 24 guaranteed. Jimpat moved perfectly in that spot to put pressure on the plant, also moving to the side of default after they fell back, took the space that was given to him. And there were a couple of plays here that made it scary for Mouz. Shuhei flashing through the smoke, but Zontix being inside of the smoke, knowing that, and having 2 people watching it, they were not ready. They could have certainly played it safer and maybe have won, but they win anyways at the end. I think, honestly, a lot to do with the fact that Exertion doesn't keep thinking about how do I take my next fight. He understood how to play reserved and wait for his chance. Just watching the smoke push just in case. Could have been readying on jump up to think, I'm going to go ahead and help. We're going to jump on this and end this really quickly. And instead, he just makes sure to wait for his moment. And he gets it. And that shows what Exertion can do, not just as a brainless entry fragger who will come at you in maniacal fashion, but somebody who can also think about the game on a variety of levels and knows how to be patient.
It's a certain layer of depth added to his gameplay and a welcome sight. The playmaker of that last round to keep Team Spirit desperately grasping at what was a 3 versus 5. Remember that. Brolin kicks it off with that deep shelf peek. With both teams fighting for the 12th, Shuhei feels like it's his chance to slide in, but that smoke's been popped up in the past. Brolin will get one.
Again.
Fire at his feet. He's going to try to duel it back, but Magix burns him out.
Where's Shuhei?
Looking around, he had fallen off short, originally going for the peak, but as Team Spirit start to trip up on top of themselves, the utility pops inside of sight. Torji denied his angle, and Shiro hunting, hoping, looking for that boost yet again. Oh, CT's opened the smoke, see nothing for it, but almost lose a player because Shiro's on the hunt.
Yes, the op has been spotted jump up. They know Jimfat's on the left. He actually jumps over. 3 CTs here waiting.
Dangerous game to be playing around that gap. Shuhei now loses the support from sight, but the other half of the wall of smokes is soon to come up, and that may very well leave Spirit stranded.
Yes, no flanks coming in. It will just be Spirit. Going into A, it looks like, are they brave enough to make a call to go back to the other side of the map? It looks like not.
Oof.
Chopper starting to walk away, but just to line up more utility.
Yep, that wall of smokes goes up.
It will be brute force.
Shuhei trying to jump over, perfectly in place for perhaps Shiro to clip him. He doesn't see the player on the boost. The drywall positions being played by Jimfat. And as they try to scour the top of the smoke for contact, we hit 10 seconds. With 8 players alive and pressure on site, bomb goes down. Jimpat picks up the kill, and so man advantage for the retake, but they'll wait the smokes up. Drywall cleared. Chopper on the hunt. No second for him. Xertion already starting to get the retake going, but it's Zontix with 2. And it's Xertion versus Magix for the clutch. He falls back slightly. With lesser HP, he holds a smoke up, a defuse being stuck beyond the halfway point. Xertion all the way!
Wow, with the smoke diffuse, he gets it. He has no other play he feels like. Magix could have spammed him down and instead gives him the opportunity to take map point away. Ooh, they went the brute force route, which meant the most friction possible, and it went down, shaving Spirit down to a 1v1. They don't think about faking. They don't think about lurking. They wanted this attack, and Mouz were fully aware of that. None of them had rotated out. None of them thought,
no!
What, maybe something else. Oh my god, did Chopper just drop off the map?
How? Where?
Oh my god. Oh my god.
In what fashion?
In the beginning of the round, was he lining up the art smoke? How did he even do that? On T side? Oh my god. Oh, nothing is going to interrupt your mental state more than that on the final round of the map. Leaving your team in what's now a 3-on-5.
Oh, it all comes down to that last round. It comes down to the A retake. From an action-packed clash inside of the A site rounds in a row to a fizzling out on Vertigo, it seems. Shiro, a 1v3 to his name, but 8 health for the 1v5. Get out of here. Mouz, given a gift as we are left scratching our heads. How do you even fall off the map in this T side?
What an actual shame. I have no idea.
And poor Shiro's going to have to continue to try his damnedest, but if 8 HP wasn't bad enough, he's already down to 25 seconds too. B sites stacked up. And those critical A site clashes end up making the difference.
Wow.
Mouz will close out in the oddest of fashions. A gifted 5 versus 4 off the back of that. Frazzled were Team Spirit seemingly.
Man, I would hate to demean the presence of Mouz in this game because they worked so hard to get to that point, and even were the ones sitting on match point and could have just won the map anyway. But my god, I cannot blame a team for losing focus if one of their players falls off the map at the beginning of the round, in the last round of the map. That's actually insane.
How?
I have no idea. I mean, maybe we'll get to see it, hopefully.
There's
I don't know if you
railings.
can call it a highlight.
Railings on the bottom of B. I mean, with the time of how fast it happened, originally my brain just went, did they try to run boost?
Yeah.
Did they try to run boost for bottom B stairs? But there was nobody top mid, so...
Yeah, and they're not doing that on a full
right?
rifle on the last
That'd be
round.
insane.
That's Chopper's hero call. Run boost.
I've got an idea.
No one's done that so far in CS2. I'll be the one. No, I don't think so. That's
falling down the elevator shaft?
Crazy, man. Dude, he fell down an elevator shaft. You mean dropping the bomb on the way to A?
Yeah, he just threw himself down with it.
That's what I'm hoping it's not. I mean, I don't even know if he got to B fast enough.
I don't know what would be worse.
The only thing I can think that would be better is if it was B site, where he was on top of the railing waiting to boost. But it was so early in the round.
That seems too fast.
So, it'll be probably officially the last highlight of the game, I'm assuming. I don't know if we call it a highlight.
I mean, we go through every kill, but is that a kill or just a death?
No one killed him, yeah. Suicide?
Don't commit suicide. Everything gonna be all right. But apparently not.
Oh, no.
Because from 2 action-packed A hits in the 22nd and 23rd rounds of Vertigo.
Yeah.
Into...
Well, that's why we're saying everyone should be watching this game.
Into that.
I knew there was going to be some kind of first. I really don't even, for some reason, don't even care about all these
I just really
amazing frags that took place on this journey towards the end of the game, because it was such an amazing map overall. Donk did so damn much to give Spirit enough time to get warmed up, and that's been a consistent thing, unfortunately, for Spirit, but the fact that they do all that work, then his teammates start coming up, and then it ends on this last round, that just completely sours it. It's just an embarrassing way to die. To put it that way, it's like, you feel like you failed, obviously, if that happens to you, and it's just embarrassing, but...
It's an embarrassing way to die in the middle of the map.
Yeah.
Let alone in round 24.
Yes, yeah, for sure.
You know, but while we do go through the frags, it's got to be said, I think that, you know, Xerxin, off of the previous struggles on Vertigo for Mouz, his ramp play kind of left some to be desired.
Yeah.
Did a really good job today
also
of disrupting the defense.
And we got to shout out Brolin for those last 3 rounds, man. I'm telling you, there was an eco where it was 11-10, and he took a breath, came into the next round, absolutely fragged out. 2 frags on the A ramp, Donk multiple times in this half, which is insane because it was versus Donk's T side on this map where he's super comfortable. And well, without these kills, like there's no way.
So I mean, you know, a consistency in Jimfat doing a solo dance over towards B site on the attack. We had both Brolin and Zershin taking turns on A ramp, whether that was T or CT side accordingly. And we can't forget about it. It will never be played in the highlight reel, but that round where Shuhei calls the A fake into B commitment.
The call of the round, the call of the map, for sure.
Oh my God, just world class of a rotate. And one that didn't even hinge on Jimfat clearing B site on his own, right? It would have been a whole other story if that kind of, you know, indicates that B was free for the taking. It would have been a no-brainer for Shuhei to then move things over. But he does that with so many players alive and with such what seemed like an easy A site to take. I'm gonna need that chopper suicide clip real quick.
We need to have that. Like I mean, I'm literally just gonna go download the demo after this if not. But
this 8-player post plant as well in round 23 is wild scenes. The tethering here, we had so many close rounds inside of bomb sites where these post plants were tested by strong retakes. And
no, I'm sorry. We need to see that. Wow. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go download the demo, and then we're gonna get to the bottom of this.
Yeah. Pull up the Steam Deck, get the demo going.
Yeah. That's map 1, unfortunately. For Spirit, that's map 1. That's all that hard work.
So much sick moments in that map, though. It can't be understated. It's just a head scratcher to end it. Zershin will be your map 1 MVP for this best of 5 grand finals. Back-to-back best of 5 grand finals for Mouz. And Zershin doing what he does best, creating that space on the A ramp. No surprise when we look over to the scoreboard of Team Spirit that Donk tops the charts, as he so frequently has throughout this event and all of 2024. Still trying to keep those stats out of this world. Zontix, Shiro, Magix contributing, but a very rough game for Chopper after a week of what we've been saying has been an uptick in individual level from in-game leaders.
He's been so good. Individually, he's been so good. Maybe even better than Shuhei in some of these maps coming into this finals. And there's still time for him to play well. So, yeah, unfortunately, that's not what everyone's going to talk about.
No.
That's just the way it goes. I think everyone knows that. But what his job is to forget that ever happened, and for his team to believe in him coming into the rest of this series, because any of these maps, it doesn't even matter who picks them. Any of these maps could go either way. There's only one ban in this series, and I think it was probably clear as day which maps would be coming up. The order of which, maybe up for grabs, who knows? But like, you got Mirage guaranteed, you got Nuke coming in, so just gotta refocus. That'll be a real test for Chopper.
That's right. Mirage, Nuke, Dust 2 down the road, but Ancient is up next. The very first pick of Team Spirit, and a chance, hopefully for them, to recover from the blunder that was the final round of Vertigo.
Привет, дорогие друзья! Мы находимся сейчас в Белграде, сегодня солнечный день. Мы возвращаемся с рубрикой «Сербский вопрос». Сегодня мы узнаем у местных жителей, насколько хорошо они разбираются в Counter-Strike и любят ли они эту игру. Сейчас мы начнем спрашивать вопросы. Естественно, как всегда, у нас будет приз. Так что, я думаю, будет интересно. Hello, guys.
Hello.
Where are you from?
Germany.
Germany, nice. So you played CS before?
Yes.
CSGO or
CSGO.
I played long time ago.
No, but I know CS.
You know CS? Yeah.
Ну, в детстве был один из
I
played it like 1 year ago. Я не знаю, я не играю в CS.
Which is the best player in the whole history? It's Gani, it's Simon, it's Sava, or it's Simple?
Simple.
Okay.
Simple.
What stands behind CS abbreviation? It's Carbon Steel, it's Central Serbia, it's Computer Science, or it's Counter-Strike?
Counter-Strike.
Окей. Есть ган такой в игре, и он происходит от названия бога. Это Тор, это Буря, это Посейдон или это Зевс?
Это Зевс.
Now it's CS2, yeah? Now it's CS2. Which version were before? It was 1.6, Split, Source, or Go?
Global offensive.
Okay, you're good, okay.
Yeah. Global.
Good job, guys. So you won 3 chocolates. Tell me which weapon in CS2 has the highest damage. It's AK-47, it's OP, it's Glock, or it's Desert Eagle.
AP.
Which team comes from Brazil? It's Cloud9, it's Mibor, it's Spirit, or Mouz?
The second one.
Mibor.
Yeah.
Mibor.
MIBR.
Yes. Yes, it's right there because it stands for Made in Brazil. So you answered 3 questions right, and you get the chocolates, guys. In what city in CSGO major tournament EM Katowice held? It was Berlin, it was Stockholm, it was Katowice, or it was Sao Paulo?
The third one.
It's Katowice.
Yeah.
It's the right answer. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Мужики, да, реально сложный вопрос. Мужики, поздравляю, вы выиграли 3 шоколадки.
Спасибо.
Назови мне 3 оружия из CS2.
Ну, АК,
Неплохо.
МК,
Угу.
Зевс.
So tell me, which organization comes from Germany? It's Astralis, it's Furia, it's NIP, or it's Mouse Sports? It's a legendary German organization. It's more than 20 years. And it's somehow connected. Кто выиграл последний мажор? Это были Astralis, это были Furia, это были Spirit или это были Navi?
It was Navi.
Нави, получается?
Это правильный ответ. Поздравляем. Поздравляем, вы выиграли 2 прекрасные шоколадки для начала дня. Chocolate for the winner! Вот и подошел к концу сербский вопрос. Мы убедились, что сербы знают и любят Counter-Strike. С вами был Дмитрий Богданов. Это был сербский вопрос. Увидимся в эфире.
Welcome back, folks, to the BO5 between Mouz and Team Spirit, where we were left scratching our heads, but we've hired the best investigative journalists and detectives to get to the bottom of it. The running theory.
Yeah, we still don't know.
We still don't know. It's not totally confirmed. The running theory, as brought forth by one Maui Snake, that's who I read. I believe him. He's at home. He's co-streaming. He's keeping an eye on the HLTV feed. It looks like Xerxin and Chopper dueled top middle. Chopper took a bunch of damage and then fell down the ladder room and died.
Okay.
Now, him hitting the ground usually would just be a skull animation in the kill feed, but with custom HUDs, there's a chance that fall damage has its own symbol, therefore it gets replaced, and it doesn't show an assist on a suicide, which is why we don't see Xerxin's name in the kill feed. Suicide.
We'll see after the series.
It looks right based on the mini-map that it was in the ladder room.
You have the same ideas.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's that. Makes it a little bit more excusable.
It's less bad.
Yes, sir.
I think if you're his team, because obviously we just came into the round and didn't see it happen. If you're his team and you see that take place, you don't even understand the context. It does also still look silly. So like mentally, it has the same effect on you. You're like, what the hell is going on? Like this is the most important round of the game. And then the other thing is that because it's a failed situation, even if he's going to die, they're going to lose that. This is Mouz in the very most critical moments, consistently coming out in these last 3 rounds with like insane levels of fight. They didn't get tricked. They didn't get out-rotated. They got an A-site hit that they wanted. They fought back against it. They used Brolin aggressively on the ramp in very scary moments, and he won duels versus Donk. They were the better team in the end, you know? And that one death makes it look like, well, Spirit don't have a chance to fight back. But listen, even if he fell off the mat and jumped off completely of his own volition, or his own mechanical mistake, right?
Yeah, just dips.
So, that's maybe that's just emblematic of the way that they should feel because they got outplayed in the end.
Yeah, the better team from across the board, undeniably Mouz. More members of Mouz putting forth a successful job in their roles across multitudes of positions. Ends up being Mouz are the better team on Vertigo across the board. And that's why they sit one map up in this best-of-5 grand finals. Now, I will say, nice to see that an improved positioning for Donk allowed for him to do what he does, right? Still has his end of the bargain kept up with the amount of frags he puts forth. Definitely kept Team Spirit in this head-to-head on Vertigo, where the last time these teams locked horns on this map specifically, it was so much more one-sided. So even though it's a map loss for Team Spirit, even though the last round leaves a sour taste in your mouth, there is still an improvement to be noted by Spirit despite the map loss. And now we go into Ancient,
This is also weird because, after their interviews after the major, they kind of said everything except that we choked, and they did choke. And when they switched Donk out, I think Donk still had 19 kills on that CT side versus FaZe on playing B side. So it's not like they were trying to be like, oh, maybe we should change this up. What do you think, Donk? Like, yeah, I can change over there. But the reality is, like, they were still good enough in that game with their old positions to win. And I think they just kind of scapegoated maybe something else just to avoid talking about we fell to the pressure. I think that's just the worst conversation to try to have. Right. It's just the most depressing because you can only kind of know that you fixed it once you get into that situation again, and it's going to be the most high pressure situation of your life. So the mental aspect of the game is something that we never really see Spirit sort of confront, I think, publicly, and it is definitely the most important thing they have to confront. In fact, they don't need to put stat points in anything else right now. They've got everything else already. Composition, talent, star players, best players in the world, everything like that. So, yeah, that's a map up for Mouz. Well-deserved, hard fight, and honestly, incredible way to start this series. And we've got Dust 2 as the final map of the series if we get there. All the maps along the way are also going to be spectacular. What is the second map now? It's Ancient, and then it's Mirage.
Yes, followed by
Nuke.
And
Dust 2.
Well done. And the last time we'll touch on it because we should just really put Vertigo to rest. It has now been confirmed by our production that is exactly what happened. Damage from damage from Xerxin top mid. Chopper slips down the ladder. Somebody greased that bad boy. Hits the ground, breaks his legs, and unfortunately the crushed hopes of Team Spirit on Vertigo die with him.
Yeah.
So gotta shake that off. Gravity, Gravity has no favorites.
Well, Gravity it comes for us all.
Yep.
It's the reason we go to the gym. So eventually it'll get you. That's why we take fish oil.
It's also the reason you don't go to the gym sometimes.
Because life is hard enough? Is that what you mean?
Struggled to get there.
Oh, right. Okay,
It's tough
right.
to get out of
Okay, I
bed.
understand, yes.
You know?
Right.
If I could float to the gym, maybe I'd get there more often.
The crippling depression of gravity.
Shall we, folks? Back into the action already. Nice flashbang coming out. Brolin's going to shut this down. 2 kills to his name. Drive-by from the Berettas and the entire team for Mouz in the action. You wanted a fight, you gotta fight.
What do you even say if this ends up kind of being as one-sided as it was versus Vitality? That was already a surprise. I think calling that a 3-0 would have been crazy. Calling it a 3-1 is definitely more possible, more plausible, more believable. But
if this is another 3-0 sweep,
I mean,
then I'll say that once the playoffs clicks for Mouz, we could be looking at the next era.
They still have to.
Once playoff clicks,
Whoa,
I feel like I'm looking.
Hold on, 2 things though. Also FaZe. They also have to beat FaZe in any capacity in a big event, playoffs or whatever. So those 2 things, right?
Yep. We could be looking at a team that reminds me of what Astralis was before they became the best.
They bring DE Rats back into the pool. Now sports have an era.
Jimfat gonna mow down the easy pickups here within A sites. Your pistols don't mean much, schmucks. 2-0 for Mouz out of the gate.
If I'm Mouz, you know what Exertion would say right now is momentum calls coming off that last map where Spirit are trying to figure out if they're still good enough or mentally ready for this final. And for Exertion, I would say he has these intuitive ways of looking at the game that are very emotional. Like he looks at them saying, okay, this is a round where it feels like we should do this. This is the kind of peak I think I should go for because it feels right. And that's why he can operate so well in high pressure, fast decision-making situations. And I think that if I'm him, I would be telling telling this roster, like, let's apply pressure.
Well, damn, have they ever. Tons of utility in the lane. The front runner gets through the smoke. Donk dead after the just one. It was the frag grenade of Jimfat that cleaned up the Zontix peak, trying to support Donk in the middle fight. Roland sizing up lane as if it's his for the taking. Now, Torzi's early damage could cost him and maybe this B site. Brolin's trying to get into the mix with the wallbang. Bomb planter shaved off the attempt. Shiro having to force Magix now into the 1v3 clutch, and he sees a door to leave.
Yeah, the lurk wasn't covered, but he does. It's ajar. He's got his foot in it right now, and he's going to find out that he's correct. Nobody's here holding. Now, this will be a free plant, and it's actually sort of an awkward rotation since they're both comfortably in the site. No one's going to be coming in from mid. And Magix is looking to hopefully find his first kill, but could actually create a time for the CT side. Ooh, gives it up right before he gets a chance to fight, and this means Brolin does take speed. Knife out for the extra little bit of movement speed while walking, and Magix is... Oh, he's got to be careful not to back up into this.
Ooh, he turns.
Oh, he doesn't think Brolin could be there in time.
Damn, Brolin. Just getting that audio cue allows him to speed up slightly enough to find Magix.
Yeah.
Just an inch off kilter.
I would also like to say that this is, for Brolin, this is amazing if you're just tuning in for the finals now because you're waiting for the Spirit Mouz final you thought was going to take place.
And you were right.
Brolin on the way has not been that great. It's not been a super strong tournament from him, and he cited a little bit of fatigue as well. Somebody's getting used to, playing as much winning CS as Mouz have been playing.
Yes, sir.
And yet this final so far has been amazing for him.
Yep.
So.
Also, I would argue, there's been a lot of dust too in the mix for Mouz on their run to the grand finals, and he's come forward as saying like, yeah, I'm really not too excited about it. Feels a little too random for my liking. We saw him get pieced up by BetBoom's Siren on long A. So Donk knows what he wants. It's this mid control, but a nice delayed flash pop. Oh, he comes right back into it. And Xerxin, thinking he had the better of him, gets denied, as does Shuhei, attempting to come out through cave smoke. So a comfortable 5v3. Jimfat dives back into the A play, and with that, they have lost control of mid. Donut, lane, basically the entire map belonging to Team Spirit, and a very sectioned off rotate loses the duel. Donk deep through red room. Very good rifle round from Spirit.
Literally, owned it. I mean, the fact that the Donk ate that flash on mid, then swung back out through the same smoke, it's just, he has no respect at all for his opponents, no matter what. Wins the round tier. Donk factor once again. Good trades all around, though. Chopper got his. I thought I got one on this round. Maybe it was the last. And Magix with 2 for himself as well, the one in the clutch. Just a couple minutes ago. There's a huge amount of energy going into mid control right now from both sides, which I think makes perfect sense. It's also creating for the best openings to these rounds, I think. Most fun to watch. Mouz survived a fair few ecos on Vertigo. Fair few force buys. They didn't win them, but that is to say they had to win a lot of rifles to close that game out.
Shuhei, bit of a pickle here. Zoned in. Oh!
Okay.
No way. Oh!
Yo!
Shuhei with one mag.
With a CZ.
Looked like Chopper had him dead to rights. Burned into the corner. Chopper knows exactly what he's coming into. Shiro reaching for the gun. And Brolin's not far away with his 5-7.
Wants to leave.
This is all before the M-Force get into the mix. Jimpack finds his pressure on Shiro to depart, and if they want to sprint for that A site, well, they will be met by Xerxin, who doesn't overplay his hand.
He's so fast.
Yeesh. Smoke grenade in front of him.
Ooh.
They're going to try to play the retake right. In from mid comes Torzy. His M4 finds one. Shiro, you know he can clutch, but the temple aggression comes through, and Shuhei sets him up for success.
Wow, they spread the choke point so quickly. No stress at all here for Mouz.
Damn, Chopper gets bested. Chopper, he visualized that to perfection. Has a huge advantage in the Galil.
Kind of took a hard left turn into the wall, right? He was running forward at the end instead of just swinging. And I hate to criticize like your micro adjustments in that situation because he should still win most of the time, right? One bullet to the body, he thinks you instantly and you die, right? Whatever. But the fact is, because of that, just one small detail, Shuhei ends up getting 2 frags. The second one basically off of audio solely as the second guy runs through the smoke, and Mouz do win a force buy in this series so far.
Oof. And back on Vertigo, we had that very critical back and forth momentum shift early on in the map that Mouz end up coming out on top of. It's what gave them such a berth in the first 12 to take that lead. They'll be given it again. And that was not just some second guy. That was Donk inside of the smoke, completely nullified. So from his success in multiple rounds running out elbow towards middle, which he will now go back to, that shelf was his grave. And it's going to be a daunting task all map long for Xerxin, knowing that Donk loves to fight elbow, come out mid.
Yeah, but you don't give it up. You know, you always fight for having control.
It's his turn. Brolin did it back on Vertigo, dueling with him on ramp.
This is arguably even more CT favored with the correct utility. It should be more difficult for Spirit to get out. Spirit are fine playing into the late rounds. But elbow is everything. If elbow is smoked, it's not being naded, and there's nobody outside that can put pressure on it, then that means you have B lane control, and that means the T's can't get out the door. That means time gets burned off the clock. That means your opponent gets antsy. Eventually, the CTs will run out of utility. But the question is, will they leave, and what do they get before that happens?
Little dry elbow swing met by Jimmy.
Donk got his. Jimpat all alone now. 2 kills up on the round. In for his own swing. Traded down by Chopper. Leaves it to a 3v3, and they'll start to now work on the B side of the map.
Which does have the majority of Mouz still in position.
But you see, as they distill all this material, all the time cannot be reclaimed.
Yep.
The T's now have to make a decision on short notice.
Clock is forcing their feet closer to the A play. Torzy, it's all about getting this second prong of the assault shaved off, and he doesn't end up getting the A main kill, which means he can't hold on to the bomb site either. He forgoes control, so that Mouz are going to be able to opt in for the retake instead. But on that frag was Shuhei. He'll be taken down to 3/4 health. Magic's looking for the headshot. But that ticker as the temple push comes through, Spirit hanging on, Shuhei, the pistol, and now Chopper into the clutch, but he rerouted from A main all the way to Donut. Shuhei snaps up, and he puts the 1v3 on the board.
There's not going to be a shoulder peek. Chopper said, I've got to do this now. Can't afford to take any hits of damage, and Shuhei's got the reaction. Had to be instant from Spirit's IGLs, and it wasn't. It's a nice attempt from Spirit, but again, like, you play those games inside of middle, you leave it to a 5v5, you get down to a 3v3, which is normally not a bad position for the T side, but what the CTs have won is they burn down the wick of your candle. 3/4 of the round gone, and you're running into a site with low nades and low time.
Back into the purchase, back into middle early, Donk not given a duel. Maybe anticipating a really heavy mid-commit. Mouz content to give them space this time around. So much of the utility used up already for Spirit. They'll be banking on the double Molotov, single smoke.
The call that makes perfect sense for Spirit now that that round's won with a 1v1. Mouz will take the victory anytime, but rebuys are quite expensive.
They're going to double up Cave.
Man, we are down to a single smoke already. One Molotov as well for Zontix.
Ooh, boosting. Perfect! No trade. Roland swaps guns, gets back in with a triple inside the cave.
Oh, he's so good on those flat angles, man. Right into the dome of Zontix. Not a single point of damage received from that second player.
And Chopper using nade.
Oh, imagine that.
Brolin's fourth victim.
Oh, he's third on this round. I think it's the first
Shuhei
trade
got
from
one.
his teammate. Yeah.
God damn, still a killer hold.
And Shiro 1-on-3, 18 seconds.
Shuhei walks away with one of the frags on the first fight. Brolin just locking into the wall. Will be cleared out, so Shiro's given a chance, but no time, if only.
He's just made a way out for himself.
Brolin does 349 damage this round, so half of Shuhei's frag belongs to Brolin.
Yep.
He goes back for his third in the cave. And he is the brick wall that, like you said, so good on that flat angle.
Yeah. He's really good on those hard fights. I mean, I thought when, Overpass coming out of the pool is sort of a Brolin nerf if he's not interested in Dust 2, because he was so good on A site, CT side of Overpass, of like playing the signpost angle. Really hard fights is something that he's good at, for sure, as an anchor. So while the map pool change might not affect Mouz in totality because they looked good overall, Jimpat looked like an amazing anchor already in the one or two times that we've seen him play the map. Well, for Brolin, he is still the new guy. But I think we're going to see Dust 2 in their veto more and more often.
Mouz walk away with first place here. This is a $100,000 month per player in prize earnings alone.
Bro just did the math. Oh my god.
20.6 years old, their average age, by the way. Rock stars. Rolling down to the base of the B ramp. The smoke grenades on lane do not stop them from getting out cave, and once that half of lane is controlled, Roland feels the confidence to come sliding down ramp instead. So Team Spirit's choice to take this one to Ancient doesn't seem to put Mouz off kilter just yet. Good clear of the corner from Zontix to do something to keep them in this, but it's not like Mouz are going to give them room to breathe.
Yeah, and they shouldn't. So here comes the pendulum. Back over towards the A site. Chopper with the baton and the relay. And Torzi already played this position really well. Staying around to see what's going to happen, looking for an easy engagement if possible, but then jumping back to Temple to make sure that he could keep into a 3v3. And right now has already started in this exact spot. In terms of utilities, Zontix has the one flash. They're going to go contact. Are they going to boost is the question, though.
Sees the shadows.
Yeah,
so
shadows give
flick.
that away. Oh!
Ooh, caught on the temple door,
Uh-oh.
but still alive with that little mishap in the movement.
Oh, no. The molly comes out, but there's no smoke for Donut. This is a very dangerous situation for Spirit.
Oh god, a meat grinder set up on the A site. Shiro to recover. That temple peak is coming. It's a fake plant once. 15 seconds. Shuhei not yet swinging, goes wide, clears Zontix, can't finish it on his own, but Torsi's right there when needed, and everybody in that sight hold from Mouz puts forth.
It's actually played so well. I mean, from the perspective of utility, it made no sense to go towards A site. It would have been, and that was almost the best case, because they got away with Torsi seeing their shadow and missing a shot. If they had gotten in, avoided the op without any smoke, avoided donut fights as well, and got the plant, it would even still be maybe a difficult post-plant situation. They would have only been able to play back on A main. You know, they would have had to cross Torsi again. A can be very resource heavy, and sometimes then can still only guarantee you the bomb plant. Oh
Damn,
my
line
god.
spam.
Was it needed open for a second before?
I heard a frag.
Yeah, maybe.
Can't say for sure. Rolling just the SMG. Ooh, Zontix, that's a pretty critical kill to get them inwards as they look towards Cave. The other SMG of Shuhei is bested. Yes, he puts forward one. Donk loses vision. And the support, oh, it's taken. There's Donk.
100 miles per hour.
There is his impact. Xerxin doesn't yet make his play.
Yeah.
But these are two clutch players alive for Team Spirit. A huge ask of Xerxin. He slides in. They could line up. He gets the first and second, sprays him down, and denies any movement further.
Oh my god. Cut off at the pass. What a spray down here for Xerxin. The perfect positioning to get just on an off angle, not to get pre-aimed as he was coming out of Cave. Played committed, and yes, it was blown open by himself.
That's Xerxin moving with confidence.
Oh my god.
Excellence to deal with Donk and Shiro. It's going to be Donk to buy in with the AK, the only to purchase here, really trying to keep Spirit alive at the end of this half, trying to give them some real margin to work with, but that solo AK is dead in an instant. And Xerxin going to control it. No chance to reach forth and grab it. It is now just pistols, and Shuhei is bullying them with his affinity for the Cave attack. Xerxin smokes up. AK still down on the ground. Xerxin turning, trying for a fourth. But between him and Torsi, middle is closed. And seemingly, so is Ancient.
Oh my god. Yeah, it's already getting individual. I mean, I don't want to say already, because regular rounds aren't working. So to fall back on individualism for Spirit is something that it's a boon for them. They have the ability to do that. So it's not always the wrong place to go, but it's just worrying that they aren't matching up to Mouz on any other level. There's nothing unique about the setups that Mouz are bringing. They're bringing really, really strong fundamentals to CT side, denying Spirit, who desperately want to take elbow early on in the round in so many positions. And then on top of that are winning clutches and have even won a force up in this round, in this map.
This is a team so confident in their ability that they went out drinking for Torsi's birthday, showed up for their pre-match interview, told the world about it,
Told them.
Still win their semifinals like it's nothing, laugh their way through the grand finals interview, saying, we got this, and have now proven that confidence exists for a reason.
And you won't even have to prove it. They told you themselves.
This is a very young, promising roster fleshing out their resume as they try to make a run for #1 in the world for this long-lasting org's first time in Counter-Strike history. Brolin, however, will not be the end-all of round 11. Still can't afford to get ahead of themselves, but Team Spirit doing what they did the round prior, getting into this B bomb site with relative ease, and there's no Xerxin 1v2 queued up this time around, so a second round for Team Spirit at the very least.
Yeah, it's another one where Mouz come off of a 1v1 or 1v2, I guess. So Spirit decide to try to speed up. Works out. Dropping the bucket, though, right? I mean, this is 2 rounds in this half. This is their map pick, their first map pick. Considering the circumstances for both these teams, we know that this is where they shine, in this environment. It could be grand finals, but it's always in a studio, or maybe we say small crowd or something like that. Like, that's when you'd have the most confidence that they can play their best CS possible, and them going head-to-head has made it so that we're expecting like the maximum amount of fireworks. But for one team to fall apart in this series, that is actually something new. That's something that you wouldn't think that you would see. And we obviously didn't get to see Spirit play Pro League. They haven't played that much this year. They've just, when they've showed up, it's been very impressive to watch, besides their one sort of weaker looking game versus FaZe.
Celtics versus Jimpat, but thinking he'd be further back than that. Jimmy walks away with a 5v4 to try to close out the half. Despite their absence at Pro League, it's not like Team Spirit are going to go back into the shadows after this event. They have Dallas around the corner. They've got the spring finals in London to season this out, so we will be seeing more of them sooner rather than later. But Mouz showing that to remain on top, maybe it's better to stay hot, and they have. Smoke ahead of the B play. This one slows down as Spirit look to reclaim A, which seemed clear for the taking, but Tonk just gets deleted.
Yeah.
Tried to creep out to a bomb site.
Can't slip one past Jimmy, that's for sure.
And Shiro wanting to duel inside Cave, but it's Brolin on an ump up close, tucked in and tethered with Xerxin. Luckily, Shiro has a teammate of his own, but Magix is going to walk into the SMG and win. Xerxin doesn't even attempt the trade. They're going to let Shuhei take the next fight. He also falters at the hands of Magix, who has single-handedly brought this back to a 3v3, but 20 seconds. They start to move around, and in that gap, Xerxin tries to make the difference.
But more clues.
Shiro doubles back, looking to cross into the site. USP trained on him. It's enough. One bullet from the pistol will get Shiro down. There's a lurk around from Jimmy too.
Yeah, the situation gets a little more complicated. Shiro is trying to chase Torzy to his next rotation, and now he's peeled back to a passive position. Eyes on Jimmy after this duel.
Missed shot, but not as quick as Donk. Torzy will survive the wide swing, gets into the cover. Jimpat slides out, can't beat Chopper, and it may just be Spirit off the back of Magic's double entry to get themselves a third. Ooh. Sure enough, give them a chance, and they close a couple rounds in the end towards that B site. 3 rounds, much better than the one they were looking at for a while.
Yeah, that is a spot. I mean, it's called that he's extremely low. They don't know the HP. I would still probably put the op on the angle, though, just to have a really solid chance to guarantee the damage if I'm Torzy and fight a little bit harder for that space. But picking apart around one of the very few situations that Spirit ends up winning honestly feels like bullying, so I'm not going to do that. That's 3 rounds and another perspective comeback on the horizon, as they did put together a second half that made up for their follies in the first on Vertigo, and that was impressive up until those last couple of rounds for Team Spirit. So let's see if they can try to do it again, this time 1 round harder. It was 4-8, right? First map. It was at 4-8 or 3-9, and then the pistol was 1, I believe.
I believe so as well. But yeah. I've got it right here.
But either way,
and we don't peddle lies now, do we, Launders? No. 8-4 T side for Mouz on Vertigo.
Right.
Two rounds in a row to close out this limping T side from Spirit. Shout out Magix. Those cave kills end up being instrumental, and considering he only has 7 kills on the half, you can call on him when you need him. He's the one that kind of stopped the bleeding back versus Falcons on Anubis when he became a double op, which is a trend we've seen Chopper tap into when needed. But there will be no ops here. Round 13, second pistol, Mouz. Comfortable 6-round lead, but one that can quickly disappear if Donk does what he does. Luckily for him, again, in the absence of impact from the others, Shiro, a beacon of hope, 10-8. He was a part of those late clutches a couple of times. If it wasn't for Xerxin shutting down the 1v2 against Shiro and Donk, you know, there's a world 4 or 5 rounds potentially for Spirit on the half, but the round count doesn't lie.
Yeah, Shiro's not playing his A game, but he has been masterful in the clutches and late rounds for sure.
And just surviving like he does, right?
Yeah.
His deaths per round so incredibly low.
Yeah.
Jimmy Salo, a.k.a. Jim Fats.
Donk's still smiling. That's good. I mean, people always want to talk about how it's like, it's offensive to just keep talking about Donk, but as far as I'm concerned, in the phase game and this last map and everything, he's the only one getting let down on this team. So I think he should actually have to expect more from his star-studded lineup. And Shiro's close, but not close enough. He should be better, honestly. Yeah, Magic has surprisingly had some really good moments that go beyond the stats if you watch the games that he has assisted in these big comebacks. Not so much on Vertigo, though. He was having trouble as an anchor versus Jim Fat.
Jimmy, man. A handful for many.
Yep. Yep, he's a special one.
And I'd say somebody for being as young as he is, 17 years old in the server, he's also kind of stepped forward a little bit into the spotlight, which for a 17-year-old player and for a Finnish player isn't something we always get. But some of his Pro League couch segments, he's got that character. I remember when
he's
he was
the kind of guy who does iconic things by accident.
Yes. Yeah. Yep. As these for the commercials. Ooh, open B site, huh? Spirit just gonna let that one slide for free. Mouz go sprinting into it. Was it all part of the plan? Chopper's got support from Spawn. Close on box. May go unchecked. But they already have the lane control. It's Jimmy stuck in behind doors. That ramp player, oof, dangerously close to the Zontics. Creep up. Just jiggling on the corner is Shuhei. Bomb nearing the halfway point already. Is this going to be 2 of the Mouz members fixating in on Zontics as the cave play now becomes instrumental, but you lose your lane attempt, so all of it attempts to come out from cave. It's just bloodlust from Mouz. It is 5 players strong and double digits in an instant.
You got to get excited about that situation because every single honeypot of those choke points worked out perfectly. They set up exactly for those peaks that were coming. Denied the potential for any kind of trade. There was no retake possible, whether they knew it or not. Right from this moment, you could see that Jim Fat was going to get this kill, and then they have the perfect fights for a double up inside of cave. Magix is just waiting to die, essentially, as his teammates have no chance to get fragged. So well done once again from Mouz. This is a map that they've always been good at, and you know, when we go back all the way to We Play days, this is the map that they were the most dominant in the whole league on.
Hell, I mean, these players without their leader in Shuhei, massive upset back at IEM Rio over Shiro's Cloud9.
Oh, right. Yes, that's
Ancient was the elimination game. Sure, they were led by Dexter then, but...
Not to be confused by Dexter.
No.
It's the one without a kid.
Ooh. Death to a USP, not the end of the world, because it's still a 2-2 split into the B site, but kind of tripping up on each other. Careful, brother. Torji. He's going to plant soon enough, and there's nothing here that Spirit can do to upend Mouz's 11.
Yeah, that Mouz Spirit, that Mouz
Cloud9
game was also an example of that was one of Cloud9's biggest chokes, right? That was a game where they were better, and they mostly beat themselves.
I mean, that's kind of when they walked into the major as the favorites. You know, Cloud9 works statistically the most, I think the most predicted team to win alongside Na'Vi. It was a close cut, if I remember the pick'ems correctly.
Oh, wow.
Cloud9 and Na'Vi back at Rio. get pick'ems or something to go off of.
Well, yeah, they usually follow the money. You get some good answers.
Oof.
But
gun round here.
that's Donk down. It's Exertion showing he's a two-way player. Both sides of the map now, killing Donk here. This time as a T. We'll see how Mouz play against the B pressure that's coming down, though it's from a point of desperation, not power here. As Spirit are down to 4, now down to 3, down to 2.
He just sits there and waits, and it felt like Spirit had to make a move. Their move punished every step of the way. Dare I say a dismantlement so far on this T side.
Yeah, it's one thing to win mid that way. It's another to not give up a single trade from there on out. One of the quickest rounds possible here for Mouz. I mean, I guess this is where we say it. Team Spirit have, in fact, actually won a reverse sweep grand final.
just when you think that reverse sweep BO5s are impossible, you remind yourself
there
that
is one time it's ever happened,
Yep.
and it was Spirit
at the last BetBoom Dacha.
And arguably, they have a better team. They have Shiro instead of Art Frost, one upgrade. Though Art Frost was great in that final. So.
Yeah, but if we're arguing, I would also put forth their opponent this time around. Also better.
Yeah, also better. That's
it was
for sure.
virtus.pro back in Dubai.
And that was their first best of 5. It's not Mouz's first rodeo.
Which is insane to think, again. But I guess maybe that is just a testament to this, what seems like shift to BO5 Grand Finals. The major cycle still has not followed suit, but some major players next year are ultimately making this decision alongside the BetBoom events.
The scary part is that these are, master classes, basically. I mean...
Also the fact that this series goes to Mirage, which is Mouz's 100% win rate.
Man. Yeah, and you can see why when we go watch it, man, the way that they play.
Ouch. CT's trying to do their damnedest with the MP9s in middle. They haven't even been given these chances to fight in previous rounds. Finally, they can glance down lane, but there's nothing here. Mouz coming in with a much more quiet approach for round 16.
Yes, it is quiet, but you can see they're still getting damage off, right? And they still are working the map slowly, even though they have to respect the smoke on B steps. They have to respect that they don't have the spawns to take over mid early on into the round. They're willing to come in late, but they're going to help themselves out by using utility to loosen up the players before they come and take it. Fully intent on going here once again. It's basically a copy and paste of the last round, just on a slower tempo.
Rolling on the entry. That ramp player about to swing out, but ooh, freebie for Chopper first makes Torsi's job all the harder. Meanwhile, Xertion's got also a 1v2, this time against SMGs. It's Donk dead. 12 and 16 may be his final score, but Magix hopes to keep the game going. Xertion, top red room lurk, gets tagged to 10, and there we have it. Spirit, something, if not only one round at least, of a CT side.
Man, I thought they were definitely going to die right there, but Chopper got that 5-7 kill, playing a little bit more committed outside of B, and buy some time here for Spirit. At least we get to see them go out, potentially with more dignity, or at least stage some kind of comeback before giving up what could be the first 2 maps. With 3 alive, some better buys coming in. Also have to go up against a stronger buy here from Mouz, but they got an op on Shiro.
Xertion edging smoke as they try to face down mid. Big pack of players inside lane this time. They gave up so much space for free in the round prior. Brolin's found timing. The MP9, Zontix, he's watching. Brolin loses the duel. That's necessary cover for Donk, and a good presence of mind as to the possibility of losing that lane. Mouz would have loved to sweep away Spirit as fast as possible here on the second map, but it looks like Spirit's got a little fight left.
Nice one. Clean first kill out of Shiro. And perfect awareness on H timing for Magix and Zontix. when they played the Kato final, there were no comebacks. It was just straight decimation. Honestly, almost every single game in Kato, there was no comebacks. It was just straight decimation all the way to the end.
And that Katowice run, it really did feel like destiny for Donk to play that well.
Yeah, that's where you had to really just rub your eyes, because I think for new fans watching, they were sort of like, wow, that's really impressive. Like, I wonder who's the next kid that's going to come out that's going to do this.
Yeah, sure.
Like, as if it just happens all the time.
Yeah.
We are very lucky in the sense that it feels like there's like one a year or something like that. But the record that he set there is just something that, you know, I was doing the watch party in Toronto for the event, and I just had to just keep going, guys, I've never seen anything like this in my
Sure.
life. Like, I haven't seen anything like this ever in my life, you know. He was spawning in the map with 15 kills every single time.
I think the beauty of it is after Zywoo's rookie year, and the way he kind of took over instantly, it felt like nobody was ever going to be able to beat that.
Yeah.
He was the phenom, you know. And no offense to Nertz, who was a rookie of the year following suit, right? But it kind of felt like we did have 1 year at least in a lapse.
Yeah, no, there is a difference there.
Donk's back into the action and looking to hang on to what has been a phenomenal year thus far. Magix, switching back into the M4 from what was the op 1 round prior. Chopper,
careful.
Big test. Good on him to bring one with him.
But they might need two. Shiro goes down.
Donk swings, headshot, instant. Brolin hands busy as he looks to get into the back corner of the site. It's the young guns of Zontix and Donk looking for their site control back. Torji's Deagle bested. Okay. And sure enough, Spirit now starting to rack them up, 1 foot in front of the other. Still half of the rounds of that of Mouz, but we can't write it off entirely.
Yeah, I mean, it's again, we always reference this Kerrigan quote. I mean, you want to go out with dignity when you're making a comeback, whether it's in the map or in the series, because you want to leave on a positive note, and it's going to be hard to look themselves in the mirror after their map pick going worse than their opponents. Nice one from Donk.
Yeah, 3 bullets left in the magazine. Why not take a chance?
And now a real proper save here, as Mouz will have to respect their lack of opulence.
Shiro hasn't really been tested over here. Again, it's just the pistols, so maybe don't fret. But a missed shot will let the bomb get ever closer. Luckily, Chopper's here on cleanup. Good for Chopper, get those numbers back up. It was a rough first map. It was a slow start here with the rest of the team as well, so a sigh of relief that the anti-eco goes down easy and that this comeback can keep rolling slowly but surely.
5-round game.
We didn't have to put that one in the highlights. we could have skipped that one.
A mid-light? Yeah.
A light at the end of the tunnel can be seen. Team Spirit, like you mentioned just a moment ago, 5 rounds the difference.
Yeah.
But at least you've got Donk taking control of middle.
And he could end this game with just like his 1 negative KD game, I think, of the tournament. If he's...
Yeah, because even the Falcons.
Even the Falcons Anubis game that no one, if you were there, guys, you would have seen he was close to not going positive. He was close, I promise you, but he really did even survive that.
That's going to be the conspiracy map of Donk's career.
Yeah. He almost didn't play good that one time.
Donk climbing up. No contest from Elbow.
Yeah, there's no contest from Cave as well, from the CT side.
Man, they almost just walked right into the highway that was Donk's lane.
They kind of swooped in and took this space up. So, yeah, Donk could fight a little bit, but without Heaven control, they can't actually stay there. They've created better maps in this T side than Spirit have when they were playing on T side already. It's hard to subvert to CT map control and their ideas, but they found a way to do it. And even though they pre-cleared everything, there's actually some space here for Team Spirit to work with, but they're not biting. They're still playing rotational positions inside of Donut, doubled up inside B site waiting, not pushed up in Cave, not down Banana. And you can see that the idea for Mouz is in about 10 seconds to get ready for the hit into the B site.
So Donk leans back on lane.
Oh, great late smoke here.
Yep, that could be big.
Oh, wait.
He went back into the cave.
Yeah.
He threw the smoke and then goes back into the cave.
See, they're playing with low information.
Oh, man.
Walked into death.
Magix, he's done something, but to play front pillar in this instance with cave compromise like that, big wrap round, can't turn it, and the defenders take a kill apiece, but it's the numbers advantage for Mouz inside the site that could ultimately spell disaster.
So there it is, Donk with 1, 16 and 17, and a pretty big failure here on the B side with 3 players alive.
But this one, easy pickup. The thread to pull on, to unravel this post plant. But then they slide forward along long lane, and there's no CT coming in, but still Xerxin looking to close. Another 1v2. Shiro toys with the corner, and Zontix, well, already going down. Leaves Shiro to clutch, which he will.
Okay.
Thought like Zontix not getting damage could have queued it up for Xerxin, but
Definitely.
no sir, he can't win that second duel.
Well, about half a spray went into that wall because he started to jostle back a little bit, and well, Shiro doesn't lose his nerve in those clutches.
Jimpat playing a risky position for a low HP 3v2.
Let that smoke come up, and yeah, he was just stuck out in the open. I think they were maybe worried there was a second layer of presence in cave, or he would have gone in there.
Yeah.
But yeah, he could have tucked in nicely for sure. And now it's a 4-round game. I mean, that was actually nearly a lost position. Nice retake though from Spirit. They pull it off.
Not the most amount of damage out of the incendiaries. Xerxin's gonna get it again. Oh,
man.
Donk. 2 rounds where he's ultimately not gonna get much going.
Yep, he has been butted out here on this second half.
The rest of his team pick it up. Shiro, sure enough, in red, catching Mouz's entry fragger. And while they sense a looming threat inside the B side, Chopper may be wanting to go down ramp. Cave was a pain point, 1 round to go. Magix gets an easy crouch duel from Brolin. The trade frag is quick from Jimpat, but Chopper's got more support. It's that Shiro op. Not going to be able to help from long, but the crossfire set and Chopper is locked into the corner. He wins 2 duels. And when the back is turned, it's an easy pickup. About damn time that Chopper posts something to be proud of.
Yes.
A grin and a belief that comes with it because Spirit have brought this game back.
They have officially 3 rounds now to get to overtime. And 3 rounds, almost certainly going to be a save involved in there. So it might be 1 or 2 good ideas here for Chopper,
who had no choice but to lock in top ramp and take those fights. Nowhere to run.
Yeah, that's the only worrying thing. Like when you look at the defense from Mouz, they were playing closer to extremities with lots of map control and information at all times, which we're going to see the exact same thing when we go over to Mirage. When we look at Spirit, they're playing very closed off defenses, inside of perimeters, playing in rotational spots. We saw that Chopper walked into a duel where Brolin took him out inside the cave with no utility because they had fog of war in there. They didn't have any information, even on a site with 3 people. So they're unable to expand, get info back in a lot of spots, and are really relying on their individual level, which is just not paying off in the long run.
Damn, there's a test here on A site. The weakest link of Spirit at the moment has been Zontix. And with the 2 rifles at the forefront of this attack, Xerxin and Jimpat could be the sharp entry.
Misnade.
Ollie goes down and Mouz wait.
I think they missed their donut smoke.
Perfect frag grenade. Oh, it goes both ways. Zontix, though, slides out, gets 1. And then they actually lose Donk already, so this is multiple rounds where Donk's just getting 1.
I think Brolin picked up a smoke just now.
Everybody picks up guns to boot, right? These were pistols at the start of the round for Mouz, but now the bomb is planted, and it's another retake demanded of Spirit.
And we have donut control here, 3 AKs, an op that slows down Team Spirit.
Oh, God. Flash comes over. Shiro doesn't swing with it. Just posted behind the big box. Bomb at the halfway point. Shadows indicating Torzi it's coming. He's waiting. He gets the first, dives into the cover, and still Chopper deep CT trying to set up this temple push. That op just can't get out. The AK goes dry, and so will the comeback. Team Spirit's valiant efforts dry up on Ancient.
Yeah, it looked like it could get close. That was one of the easier rounds that they would have had to win on this comeback. But too much good play here from Mouz on every single round. That would have been the second round they won without a full buy. They did it in the first half, they've done it in the second. They had amazing bouts on map control, mid control with exertion, both on CT and T side. It was genuinely just good throughout.
Let's throw it back to Vertigo 2. Another one of those rounds were a key turning points that they sprinkled in. The lesser buys of Mouz have kind of reared their ugly heads at the perfect moment for them throughout this series. And so ultimately, we're looking at a Mouz now 2 maps up. We think to ourselves, it was a 3-0 sweep versus Vitality a week ago. Why wouldn't it be another 3-0 now going into their 100% win rate on Mirage? And this only kind of, mystical silver lining is that in the past, Spirit reverse sweep these grand finals. But that felt like such a magical one-off moment, even back in Dubai when we watched it live, that to call for it again, it's a long day in the office for Spirit if they're truly going to buckle down and make this happen twice.
Yeah, it would be interesting to be the record holder for only reverse sweep grand finals of best of 5 history of Counter-Strike, but then to do it 2 times in a row. Well, I guess that would mirror their TI results. This is actually an interesting spot because they did show some teeth when they were making the CT climb back, as we're watching these highlights. But at the same time, it's still just a loss. It's a loss on another map they could have won. It's a loss where they didn't look like the better team. They didn't get unlucky and lose these 2 maps.
No.
Now, maybe, Chopper falling down the ladder. It's because he was already losing a duel and his team didn't have a single trade after that, really. So it's Mouz are the better team. The better team won. And you really can say the opposite sometimes. It's a very circumstantial thing to pull out, but I think Spirit, everybody wants to talk about how they have so many layers to this team, and they're right. They have the right IGL, they have the right Opper, they have so much young talent that will get better and mature over the years. But at the same time, Mouz have all of that too.
Yes. And on top of that, phenomenal T-sides in this series so far, right? We're talking about 8 rounds back on Vertigo, 9 rounds here to start these games. So this has just been Team Spirit trying to play catch-up. And great, they've got individuals that can stay composed, Chopper calling solutions, but nobody can keep up in the first halves of the map, and that's just making this all the easier for Mouz to close. From a Xerxin MVP back on Vertigo to a Jimmy MVP here for Ancient, 1.57, 19 kills, just everywhere, all the time. That's really been Jimmy across this map. You could even argue back on Vertigo he was a contender with the amount of times he was opening the B site. So great to see Jimpat putting his name in the ring for the tournament MVP and the Grand Finals MVP. We'll give it to him on this map, but it's another instance of a close spread across the board for Mouz, which is why they've been winning lately.
Yeah, and to be honest, they tried to, polish Donk as this golden boy, send him out to try to get 2Ks to free up the map entirely. But that's actually when we saw that Spirit were their weakest, because Donk wasn't on a 2KD map level today, and without that, they couldn't do much else. So it really exposed actually how weak the game plan was here on Ancient. And I say weak because I say weak with an asterisk, because I think that most other teams, Spirit would still be able to show they were better than. But Mouz are maybe one of the 2 other teams in the world, between them and FaZe, that could show that they are better as a team as well and make them look worse or make them look vanilla, which is, again, harder than it is to say. So it's been very impressive so far for Mouz.
Most importantly, of course, we've got Mirage up next. This could be the end of the road for Team Spirit. It could be the back-to-back 3-0 sweep for Mouz. It could be their 100% win rate on this map, still up for grabs. If Team Spirit are going to make this Grand Finals ever more interesting, it's a huge ask on the 3rd map of this series.
Попал, да? Hvala, brate.
Mouz hold a 100% win rate on Mirage. Mouz hold a 100% win rate in best of fives. Spirit hold a 100% win rate in reverse sweeping best of fives. Somebody's record's got to die today, Launders.
Yeah.
And I would say based on momentum and the fact that on a map-specific basis, Mouz are this hot on Mirage, it kind of feels like Spirit may be going the way of Vitality.
Yeah, it's also just like what's more likely. Mouz got to win one more map. Spirit have to literally win 3 now. I mean, they've done that, but that was hard and has never happened before. And Mouz are a better team than virtus.pro were back in December. And more than that, it's not even that they're so evenly matched anymore. It's literally like Mouz are the better team than Spirit right now, with better players playing better.
Yes, sir.
And even Donk isn't like completely taking over. And I even hate talking about him because it's like there is pressure on him. He is still basically the only bright spot on the team. So it's kind of hard to be like, well, he should be playing even better because he showed X Factor on map 1. He showed some kills on, but he can't do it literally every single round, guys. You know, like there are more players on Spirit that need to be coming through. And also the game plan here from Chopper, I mean, it's good, but it's not great. It's clearly not even better than Mouz's. So I don't know if there's going to be many outs for them in terms of what they can fall back on blaming when this game is over, besides the fact that their individuals didn't show up, because that would mask what's been missing from the depth that is obviously the contrast in depth from Mouz's defaults and their map control to Spirits, which we saw direct comparisons to when it came to mid on Ancient,
Yes, sir.
when it came to Vertigo across the map, when it came to the one call that was a fake, the one fake that's been used in this series. That was an amazing call from Shuhei. We haven't seen anything on that level from Chopper.
It's left a little to be desired. I'd also say the strong starts, right? Even the pace that comes out of Shuhei's T-calling on Ancient to post that 9-round half. I mean, they took over the B site in the first 10 seconds. They had lane constantly on the CT side. There was no fear. You know, that's kind of been the beauty of it. Even without an equivalent to Donk, Mouz, no matter who has to take up the responsibility of wrangling the kid, whether that's Brolin on ramp back on Vertigo, Xerxin on middle of Ancient, somebody is stepping up to the plate. Somebody's doing a good enough job on their own. And even in the rounds where they falter, the slack's constantly getting picked up. You know, this is Mouz across the board, showing promise individually, all 5 players. They are like phase light in a way that you never quite know who's going to be at the top of the board, but it can always be one of them. And Shuhei has even thrown himself into the ring in that regard. So Mouz's 100% win rate on Mirage under question. We could very well be looking at back-to-back best of 3, 3-0 sweeps for the very young, promising roster of Mouz. Torzi kicks Mirage off with a clean headshot deep through the A site. Chopper's dead in an instant, and the 2 players in Connector, now concerned about that middle split, luckily for them, will find Xerxin's contact before the commit comes out. There's a second player. Shuhei wants to get some blood going from bottom mid. Challenged by Window, he kills one. Donk ends up getting split between both ends, and if not for the B anchor rotating all the way over, we're looking at Mouz's T side again, kicking off easy.
Every pistol, 2 kills from Donk, 1 kill, 2 kills, 3 kills from Donk, no other kills, and Spirit lose the round. That happened on Vertigo on the A site. That happened. It's just like that's so consistent. His pistol impact has been exactly what they need. But it's hard to say need, and they still don't win the round. So 1-on-2 here for Magix. He's got some information. 3/4 of the bomb left over, now turned half.
Got a smoke.
Does have a smoke, actually. Yeah, no kit means. Yeah, I don't even think he believes there's a chance. So he'll get out of there. This game, you know, it's Mirage, right? It's the map with Donk, you know, Hylas, Elo, and Faceit playing Mirage all the time. This is a map that he can absolutely, completely win by himself if he's that mad. Like, we're gonna look at the heat map for him to see how much time he's spending at the top of mid to find out how much map control Spirit have, how many kills he's gotten. Because if he's dying at the top of mid, or they're not willing to go there, well, that's everything that, again, masks how much is missing, maybe, from Spirit to show that they're a better team than Mouz.
I mean, we go to the world-class performance back at Katowice to start to start the year.
Happy New Year!
Zontix and Donk so constantly at the top of middle, right? Like, and teams like Na'Vi, for example, tried to challenge them on Mirage at Katowice as a map pick, and those guys just got blown out of the water. Nobody could contain the duo of Donk and Zontix in mid. So we're no longer in Kato. 5 months later. And yet the scout here from Magix. Again, a secondary scope to that of Shiro. Ooh, Donk's Deagle will best Xerxin inside Connector. This is a force buy that's got the workings of potentially the upset. But Shuhei reclaims 1, killing Donk. Big scalp to take. Brolin's poised to best Chopper as the SMG hits the ground. And now they're looking to split up into A site. Brolin comes through with the Palace play. Magix, it's the pistol he uses from jungle. So much damage done. And it demands a close, a clutch, a 1v3 from Zontix. Ah, if only he could have bested Shuhei, who ends up being very important. Getting into the ladder room while the Connector players struggled. It got the jungle guy out, it got the market rotate closed, and it gives Mouz the 2-0 start.
He also knew what Donk was going to try to do and transpose into that window peak to take him out. So, yeah, cleanup crew here. Nice shot from Donk after getting rocked by a stray bullet to the head. And Brolin up here in Palace is going to be a great spot to watch because, again, he's had a super solid series already.
And this is one of the maps in the pool where I think he is more part of the action, right?
Yeah.
A-site attacker in Palace lurking, and also just hard anchor too. And when he lost Overpass, which you could argue was maybe his bread and butter, and his real chance to shine, feels like Mirage is starting to become his playground instead. So USPs for the most part, couple deagles sprinkled across the map. And the Cat player's dead first. There's a repeat setup from Chopper. Shuhei's got a nade out, so he had his chance with the back turn. Shuhei, great visualization as he farms the 3 kills.
Yeah, I could see that sequence before it started. One's going to be heard running into Palace, and the last with a good gun from Torji. Oh, okay, Torji goes down. That's a free upgrade here for Exertion. And Magic can just go in and defuse the bomb.
Simple as that. But actually,
they did hear him running through Palace, though. I'm pretty sure Brolin looked at him through the map. But for some reason, Magix thinks they will allow this. If only he had a kit, man. And they're playing from Cat.
Bomb's planted for Cat.
Oh, it's planted for Cat. Okay.
Jim Pat's back there, just keeping an eye on the cross. Magix thinks he's so sneaky. Won't even take the attempt. He'll hang on to his USP with no exit frag either. 3-0 the start at a Mouz.
Once Magix came on my stream to learn some KZ, put him on a map, and then he started to get really nervous. I said, Magix, what's wrong? He says, I'm feeling pressurized.
Poor guy. Has definitely learned how to deal with pressure since then, surely.
Yeah.
You know, 2 top 8s at a major. One of them a top 4, in fact. I mean, if the shards had shattered our universes earlier, we could be living in a world where Spirit did upset FaZe in Antwerp and took away the major.
Yes. I think that was...
But
I think that universe exists. I'm not going to lie, but...
luckily for us, the shards were only separated last week when this event started.
Right, yes. The only rift in the time-space continuum that we've seen so far.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we've been stuck in Mirage ever since, and it's only apt if that's where this entire event ends.
And this is kind of a quiet map here for Mouz, well, for Spirit, actually. So this is all the pressure on Jungle, right? Because they're actually coming into window at the same time as Donk, so he's got to be on a swivel right now, ready for any fight that takes place. And they're going to put him pressure, push him back. Yeah, they get it.
Reclaimed 2 kills.
That's no support. These are the vanilla maps that I'm talking about with Spirit, where they just let it go down to him to see who can frag out.
Chopper, maybe. 2 kills. Shuhei out from ramp. So at least he gets things evened, but Torji goes deep, and if he holds that door, he's got Magix dead to rights. He has to contemplate the save.
Man.
A little too stagnant for your liking?
So your star rifler is going to end up in jungle, which is when you look at a CT map playing vanilla spots, and it's not full passive, you have a B anchor, you've got a Cat player watching, the turn around the corner, you've got someone anchoring on CT side and spawn, and then you have someone in jungle who is oscillating between watching Palace, watching top connector, going top stairs, watching a connector, and then also going back to window to watch the ladder room boost. And that's your best rifler. You always put them there. But when they don't have support and a team takes mid control versus you, that's when it's the most dangerous for them, because they have the spot to frag the most, but they can also get flanked on multiple timings. You see one molly pushes Donk back into window as Exertion gets in the window and shoots him in the side. So this is standard practice for Mouz, and this is standard map control as well, and this is Spirit knowing what they don't know. They know they don't have any info on mid, and they know that Mouz are going to try to take it, and yet they don't do anything to react to it, and they don't do anything in the way of prophylaxis to get ahead of it either. They aren't taking over mid control to slow down Mouz from Exertion getting into window. So they're putting so much pressure on Donk to just frag from hard positions over and over again. And yeah, he's still going to get impressive kills here and there. Why aren't Spirit at the top of mid? This is when Donk was at his best. Why aren't they taking mid control? Where is the prophylaxis?
So afraid of it. It's it's not entirely on Donk this time. They put Shiro's op in window first. He sees nothing. And with the smokes up, it's clean for the taking. Shuhei going to continue to creep up as he has been. Been a real pain point for Team Spirit's defense. Him getting into ladder, him contesting window rotates. There's actually a lot of bodies here trying to contain what will be the connector hit. Seeing if Xerxin can best chopper to kick it off. Shiro still waits in window with Zontix by his side. And it's Donk's Deagle to at least stop them shortly. Then the crossover from Zontix gets wallbanged. They're on high alert of this position. Brolin's going to be primed to be coming out from Palace, contesting with anything he chooses. And that is actually what gets caught out by Shiro. Shiro's in the pocket. What? But he goes right into this. Torzy in the corner, missing a shot to close. Jimpack gives cover, but how does Donk not warn him?
I don't know. I guess he's not calming that because there's another player he spots as he says it. There's one connector, right? He says one connector, he peeks out and he sees one, but it's not the same guy. So he doesn't call him the specific spot where he jumped up. Obviously, it's not the op that shot off as well, so it's not like you have to calm that. But either way, it's a mess, is what we see here from Spirit. What needs to change is their approach into mid, man. They've got the best rifler in the server, and they've also shown so many maps where they go and take mid control easily. Use him. Stop waiting till the late rounds while Mouz take away map control from you and make his job as hard as possible.
What's crazy there is Donk is even not just waiting for that peek, he's literally shooting the corner, pre-firing Torzy coming out, and Shiro still walks into Donk's bullets.
Yeah, like he hears Torzy shoot the op shot as well, but that's pretty much his own decision, right? He can hear both of them literally shooting in connector.
We've seen Team Spirit tap into the double op when the starts get tough, notably on Anubis versus Falcons. Well, here we go. Magic's the secondary opper, as it is Spirit looking for their very first on Mirage. More aggression in middle, maybe a welcome sight. Zontix trying to fight off Catwalk, but it's already down to the 3v5. They lose Shiro, they lose Donk, and without those two names alive for Spirit, what the hell did they have left?
Yeah. So they go for a sort of an in-between level of aggression where they're hanging out at the bottom of connector, but the op is supposed to stop the cross top mid. Donk's supposed to stop underpass. A failure on both fronts, and oh my God, Chopper just narrowly gets away with his life. We've got a weak half of the map, Mouz. Have to discover it. They have so much time to wait now.
Zontix trying to find something. Xerxin quick to the trigger. Brolin's chance to come out from Palace, where even despite his 2 kills only, he's just been a real nuisance on this bomb site. Mouz will move that cohort over towards the B site, find it free for the taking, plant bomb, and net themselves a 6-0 start. 8 rounds of a T side on Vertigo, 9 rounds of a T side on Ancient, and already 6 posted with 0 for Spirit so far on map 3.
Yeah, there are master classes. This is like a monster class, though. This is another tier, basically, especially versus the level of competition. Spirit are getting devoured. Now having their bar pushed back even further. They're in a grand final in a studio. This is one where even if they lost this match, it wouldn't be the same as if they, whether they lost it close or not, right? If they lost it close, that would still be respectable. But right now, it looks like they don't have a chance to win in each map. They get close to almost winning towards the end of the game, but they never had a real chance. That's not the Spirit that we know.
It's not the Spirit that claimed Katowice. It's not the Spirit that tore through competition until playoffs at Copenhagen.
Credit to players like Xerxin, though, because the way that he's winning duels in mid on Ancient, the way that he's even getting that underpass frag, that's hard. That's extremely difficult to do versus a CT that's swinging versus you, let alone someone like Donk, whose first bullet will be on the head. But that's how they beat them last time, on Mirage as well. They took over connected control, killed Donk over and over again, and it was Xerxin who did it. That was the RMR game. I really didn't think that it would just simply happen again. Here we go, Vertigo and Mirage again coming up.
Shiro trying to do something here in the face of defeat. Good spray, Donk. Sized up the cat presence, but can't manage the second fight. At least keeps it within touching distance for Team Spirit, hunting for that first round win, but they've lost control of the entire map. They have jungle, and that is it. And even that's under question because Jimpat's locked into this close corner, spotted out and dealt with. It's a late play around from the B site. Bomb is being planted on B, and then they're going to have Shuei activate and flank. Torzi's going to post a deep angle and mark it. But there's movement bottom connector. Shuei can wait around. He's going to have a back turn from Magix. That's going to force Shiro to move forward, and he knows that he can sprint into this, put that smoke on top of Bomb, and get the defuse done.
Wait, what? Does he have a kit?
What? No kit.
Oh, no kit. And
no kit.
Oh, he's trying to make a play that would have given him a chance.
Could still work.
There is, yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Back onto the bomb with presumably 10 seconds.
Yeah.
All seems good. That's wild.
Wow, that he actually put himself in a... Shiro's so smart in 1vx's, man. He actually gave himself a chance to win versus both of those options.
Sure.
Like, if he had played on the other side of the smoke and just held a deeper angle into window, he wouldn't have had a chance to kill Cat at all. So that's... And he threw that smoke to block off Cat,
yep.
You know, as well as bait that shot out. And yes, he does think about all these things because he consistently comes up with cool ideas in these clutches. So nice one out of Shiro. That actually wasn't free, considering he didn't have a kit.
Shuhei thinking maybe he still had a second to get him off the defuse, so he takes the chance and swings. That internal clock ticked to a T for Shiro.
There's been one, great round out of Shiro on each of these maps in that way. Not the overall consistency they need, though. And oh my god, they are getting zipped up inside a middle, man.
Xertion's not going to shy away from pressing into Khan either. Fades the smoke. Chopper's dead. At least Donk can do something. It was a recovered man disadvantage in the last round. But it feels like Mouz want to size up this B play, where we haven't really seen much from the Magic second op. Not in terms of attacks coming his way. He's more often than not rotating around, which looks to be the case again. Donk's going to go up Cat. Magic's positions in market. How far does he go? Footsteps behind him, and he gets the Cat kill with ease. So this three-player push from Mouz is suddenly having eyes on it. Magix lands a shot. It should be easy pickings for the rest, but he allows the cross. Luckily, Donk's still hanging on to his angles and dishing out death. Brolin hits the dirt. Donk bowling with him, but the Swede picks it up.
What a shot.
Now, they know Magix should be back here because the shot rang out, but Shiro's that second top. Oh, Torzi wins the head-to-head. Can he best both oppers? He grabs Bomb first. Shiro decides not to jump through the window. Torzi doesn't see him on the back door. Whoa, woo. Takes the chance, catching him.
And witness the Tornado go. What a clutch from him. Oh, man, Magic's missing that first shot on the cross in the window. Oof.
3 ops left as the 3 remaining players duke it out inside the bomb site. Torzi runs the risk of jumping behind the pillar and then swings to find Shiro doing the same. Clean with the market pick. Perfect timing on Shiro.
Oh, and Shiro, you can see he was tilted because he got tricked into jumping into that window when Torzi, he thought might give him a little bit space. No, he always plays those situations very aggressively. And Torzi is somebody we haven't really talked about so far in this final specifically, but throughout this tournament has been amazing. And yeah, that's a good highlight round for him. God damn. This is quite another situation like Pro League, where Zai was the highest rated player at the event. Coming into the final, though, once the final is over, I'm not sure if Donk has such a lead that he suddenly won't match up in terms of rating. Here's another frag for him.
Yeah, he gets aggressive. We've seen him kind of moved around the map looking to get anything going. Well, the Palace play works out. Ton of early damage, in fact. One of the best openings to any of the rounds so far for Spirit. And it's off the back of one M4 and a Scout. Trailing by 6, you take what you can get. Smoke from Catwalk, swing to connector, and Donk's M4 is everywhere at the moment. Then Xertion to bring it back from lower mid. Jumping into window. Chopper just gave him this space. But Xerxin actually peels away because Shuhei gets out from A instead. That was a teammate's flash that luckily doesn't cost him.
Is Donk destined to die once this smoke comes up, or will he be aware? Take the fight when you have it.
Shuhei.
That's the site cracked open.
Lets it brew for a little bit. Xerxin still dangerous to come up from connector because he is so little health.
Yeah, there's a cat player that could peek out wide.
Yep, but that threat from Chopper's 5-7. This scout, though, deep ticket. Burned away. He hits the shot, but still gets into cover. This is the scout of Shiro doing what it has to try and set up the pistol players. Oh, Xerxin, late activation. He knows that cat player was around. Torji's up in a post plant again. And as they inch ever closer, he lands his shot, dealing with that scout and forcing Magix to try his hand 1v3.
Wow, very hard round to surmise, and they do it. Oh, man. Another difficult position. They find their way out. They're the puzzle masters. They have so many levels, man. They are... Wow. I mean, there were some bigger individual stories when it was We Play Days. You know, Osmanisi was the story and the reason that most people tuned in to watch. But the team that won 4 championships was basically, it was this Mouse lineup. You know, minus JDC, minus Shane. It was this core. And as a team, they're showing that they are the team to watch right now.
They try to go back to what used to work,
God.
and they get smashed.
I don't even, yeah, maybe I don't even blame Spirit for trying to take over mid-control, but this is the biggest whooping that Donk has gotten both times now at the RMR. Now in the finals of BetBoom Dacha 2024, at least the CTs get a couple of kills back, but that's also 2 CTs out of 3 spotting.
But it's just constantly catch-up for Spirit. And slowing down these rounds, Shuhei still seems to keep his finger on the pulse. Shot off catwalk, Xerxin doesn't turn.
Oh, we got one.
Nice shot from Shiro to bring it back at least. Brolin gets out from Palace. Hits the site, but bomb needs to be picked up. And while they're so cautious of the cat play, it's actually an underpass creep from Magix.
Yeah, and he can get it.
Yeesh, Shiro pinned in the corner here. Torsi's gonna try to nade it and smoke himself over. Boils down to timing. Magix trying to hold it back from bottom. Con. Ooh, he gets the headshot, but Brolin has gone unnoticed and all the way deep from CT spawn. Now his own teammate's smoke becomes the problem, replaced by that of Magix. He's got 25 seconds to figure out the clutch.
No, he can't wait the smoke out. He can't wait the entire smoke out and get the bomb plant off. He has to find the timing to go through it, otherwise, like, Magix could be anywhere. You know, he's got to also scour the site.
Starting to fade. He walks through the tail end of it. 10 seconds to go. His back turned to sight.
Oh, there's just no time.
Brolin literally can't do it. He could plant side triple, but nope, didn't think it. Magix moves all the way deep into sight, and with that, we'll get a clutch. Something going here for Spirit as they're desperate to do anything on the defense again.
Again, yeah, the tail end of the half. They get a couple of rounds here after, you know, so many rounds to learn how to adapt. It's like, okay, it's a matter of time that they do it, but they can't consistently keep playing from the back foot. It's been a 3-round start, a 4-round start, and now potential once again for at best a 4-round start on map 3. Zontics is 0-10 in this game.
Donk without his right-hand man will still be thrust to the top of middle. This time no contest. We've seen Mouz set their sights on B, but not a full-blown 5-player apartments push. Magix is MP9, soon to run dry, supported by Zontix, who's still without a kill. And Jimfat's Molotov burns Magix out. Donk from Cat gets a blindside on the first and second. Nicely recovered from him to get man advantage in the hands of Spirit and deal with the falling defense. It's still an ability to take over site. Donk burns. 2 Molotov kills coming out from Mouz. Jimfat given a chance to close out in a clutch.
Yeah, and you can see he's just doing a little landscaping here, figuring out what's the opportunity here.
Cut the grass, trim the hedges, prune the flower beds, and take your time with it too. 45 on the clock and the CT's wary.
Yeah, it's sunny out. We've already seen a clutch 1 here on the B side of Mirage by Torzi earlier on. They're playing with house money right now. This one, oh, okay, it's Chopper on a timing. Walks off of Cat And again, he doesn't need to win that clutch. It's still completely on Spirit to prove that they can do anything in this series.
Donk continuing to prove that he can put forth something for Spirit. This is another multi-frag out of Donk that otherwise I don't think they have enough to stand on. Good tracking on the second.
Yeah, and Brolin really is key, man. He finds a way to shine even in some of these moments where mid-control has been all about pretty much Torji and Exertion getting all these kills.
Final round of the T side. They try to swing a player top mid. Xerxin gets nothing to close out the half. Speaking of half, Donk down to 50 health will be toppled by the scout. We've still got Brolin stuck inside of Palace, smoked out for the time being. Deep peek from Zontix. There he goes, getting his second of the map. Shuhei's Tech 9 double kill should never be enough. The pistol will end it. And again, it is only 4 rounds for Spirit, but again, like Ancient, 2 to close the half.
Yeah, they got a total of 11 rounds in the first half of these 3 games.
God, that's bleak.
They're ready to take on FaZe.
Sure, right?
They're ready for their next chance already. I've never seen a situation like this where a team is this strong, but there is just one specific matchup that they just don't have odds in. They don't have odds in. And then also, you know, they do have some stuff in general to have to overcome inside of stadiums, but like they're ready for all of it.
What about Team Liquid and Astralis?
Oh, interesting.
It's kind of like the closest thing we've had.
Oh, actually,
since,
no,
right?
Sorry, that's a really good example.
Yeah. But that was some time ago.
They,
you know,
the only thing about that was like they somehow managed to just not play them for like 6 months straight. But yeah, before that, decimated all throughout 2018.
It's been a while.
In this situation, it's crazy to see Mouz have actually played FaZe a number of times, and the one time they avoid them, they win the event. And you know, it's very possible to avoid one team in events. They actually have kind of gotten unlucky with the amount of times they end up playing FaZe in the playoffs. And I wonder how many events they would have won at this point, honestly, if they had avoided FaZe or if FaZe had beat somebody else. But I'm not even sure if that makes sense because FaZe have ended up in the finals no matter what. Either way, that's a developing story that we're paying attention to this year for sure.
Right now,
Spirit are kind of third wheeling it right now.
Yes, sir. All 3 of those wheels stuck in the mud at the moment, down by 4 in this map and down by 2 maps in the series. Said it had to be a long day in the office. Mirage will not be cut short by Team Spirit. Torsi versus Donk on ramp.
Torsi's picked a couple of angles like this that are really good. Oh, he gets Donk. This is one of the first rounds where Donk doesn't have pistol impact.
Uh-oh. Who for Team Spirit will recover the slack? Brolin finding Chopper. It's not going to be the in-game leader of Spirit. Now a 3v5 demanded of Spirit, or second pistol for the CTs. Magix takes an early gush as he hits the ground of the B site. Oh, it's Yet again, a convincing pistol round out of Mouz. Seemingly, Shiro's going to try his absolute damnedest, but look at the way they swarm him. 4 players at that B site for the arrival of the bomb. God. And Mouz on the highway to victory.
Yeah, they're rolling out the red carpet in what feels like a few minutes with how strong each of these maps has been. And I was believing in the comeback on the second map because the first map, they did stage it. And they, you know, lost in a very fine margin at the very end. Mouz played extremely well, but then the next comeback is weaker. This start is the same, but, you know, how many times will they almost do something?
Just not looking to lose the momentum to some measly pistols. Nobody other than Donk even gets the Kevlar, so it's a farm in top mid for the boys on Mouz, and the 10th round that comes with ease right with it.
CT and CT side is where I think the Mouz are the most impressive on this map. And the way they double up inside of connector and they just tether off each other, it just feels like way too difficult for any good TT teams to back up or to fight against.
It's a very interesting grudge match that is now going to start brewing between Mouz and Spirit, because across 2024, the lights out Katowice Grand Champions have been bested embarrassingly by Mouz twice, assuming they close out this series. They can take their damn time with it. It was a loss on Vertigo that sort of forced Spirit to restructure their positioning. Mouz critics slowly losing their list of criticisms. We know what is left for Mouz to conquer. Their final hurdles, very evident.
This
and
is
if
where
it's not
Donk,
that, it's done.
This is where Donk should have been, where Exertion is right now.
Sure. Locked into top box. So constantly with support to boot. At least Team Spirit able to get one back, but it's this chair position that could end up costing Donk. He's got so much to keep an eye on.
He's a little confused. He knows where Shuhei is, but oh no, actually might have forgotten about him.
Yes, sir. Clean sweep of the middle force. Team Spirit's gun round dies, and it's 11 for Mouz, just like that.
Wow. That's a little relief right into the first rifle here. Very strong play. Shuhei again, showing how chill this is for him in grand finals, individually fragging to the top of the board.
So consistently raising the floor of Mouz nowadays. We had a content piece at the start of this event where the Mouz boys were asked, who is least likely to be MVP of this event for your team? And obviously they all look at the in-game leader, and his defense was, bro, my grand finals. I'm a DHL MVP.
Yeah.
And now back-to-back grand finals, he's having a masterclass of individual levels. So it is so difficult to look at this team and identify who is the weak link, if there is one.
Yes.
And that's on top of being an in-game leader that we praise for creative mid-round moments, good preparation, bolstered by the likes of now this Cyclone Zipix combo.
Oh yeah. And that's like, you know, we talk about mental game for Team Spirit. They have Zipix from 2018, the clutch player from 2018, Astralis.
Yep.
Who is going to be able to tell you more that you're going to trust about how to act when it comes to grand finals and closing out more tournaments. Exertion, he is going to be the finals MVP for me with the amount of kills he's gotten over Donk and everybody else.
Desperate for Team Spirit here. You've got Chopper flying out middle on his own. You've got an attempt out from the B apartments, but it is Mouz's defense to stand tall across the entirety of Mirage, across the entirety of this series. Down to 2 players, flanked from apartments. It is blood in the water as far as Mouz are concerned.
Not even close.
Not a bead of sweat across the brow, not a drop of blood across Mirage. Despite the best efforts of Team Spirit to bring back both Vertigo and Ancient, Mirage may be the flattest of the 3.
Yeah, it can be bad form to call a game too early, but I'd love for someone to please tell me why in the hell we should believe in Spirit at this moment. Another situation just like the last map and the map before, and Magic alone 5 alive on another rifle round. Their best chance to make this happen, and they're going to try to force up. I thought for sure this was going to end up being a 5-map series. I even had Spirit winning in the end, because we hadn't seen them play at Pro League. Still believe that they were going to get better, and they still had Donk throughout this entire event, and he's still the one with an over 1.50 coming into the grand finals, and he has had just not enough help. Zontix is 2-16. Shiro has had a clutch on every map, but not much else in the way of consistency. Chopper has not been the player he was in the previous matches as well.
And all the while, Mouz from top to bottom play world-class Counter-Strike. Looking for back-to-back events, looking to become the world's ranked #1 team, if not for that dark shadow that is FaZe above them. But the confidence, the swagger that they're walking into the server with each and every time now. It is a welcome sight to see young Counter-Strike players with this level of confidence now gather accolades and trophies too. Back-to-back tournament wins on the line in this round. Jimfat back turn to the catwalk, but it gets covered by Xerxian. Connector player's dead, and all they had was that attempt to break down the door on B. Window Peak is desperate, Donk is gone, and there is nobody seemingly else who can hang on for dear life. A 2-kill map for Zontix, as he has 3 CTs barreling at him up catwalk. It's a good play to side behind smoke. Shiro serves up the distraction. Spirit just want to keep this going to stave off embarrassment in a best of 5. Zontix has his chance, but it's Shiro again in that feed, and his position is known. He goes down at the hands of Mouz, who will hoist a trophy and deny the back-to-back BetBoom champions of Team Spirit.
There won't be the reverse sweep this time around. It's Mouz to pick up back-to-back tournaments and deny the back-to-back reverse sweep. Incredible. 6-0 in their last 2 best-of-5 grand finals. Amazing progress from Mouz in this year. Unbelievable stories coming out of this roster. And in a sea of talented teams, talented individuals, all peaking at the same time, Mouz are still somehow standing above the rest.
A space creator in Xerxian, an anchor and lurker in Jimfat. Torzi's off a career high, and Brolin rejuvenated since his departure from Ninjas in Pajamas. All put forth by a supported Shuhei, who's got a whole new level.
The Mouz boys making all the noise. Commiserations, of course, go in way of Team Spirit. But boys, come on up, come on up. Don't be shy, don't be shy. How are we feeling right now? Talk to me.
Good?
Good, that's it. All of that spirit drinking got you in the mood, right?
Yeah, it feels amazing to win one more tournament in a row. Like, yeah, we are just really happy and relieved. Like, it was a long run, but we made it. So.
You guys should certainly be very, very proud of yourselves. But Trace, what does this mean?
It means a whole bunch of different things, actually. And in this moment, I think what it means is that perhaps we can get some medals on your guys' necks. Let's start with that.
Yeah, go on. Let's give away some fantastic medals, because medals mean winners, don't they, Trace?
Yeah, especially in this case. I do think so. But wait, there's more. Yes, there is definitely more. This here in my hand is an artifact. Now, this is the entirety of the reason that we've been here this entire week, and to play Counter-Strike, of course, but now that the universe is saved, I'm going to take you with me, Cycron. Here, take this, and we're going to go insert that final artifact right over there. You guys wait here. Don't go anywhere. You wait right there. And now you may unlock the prize. Go right ahead, bud.
And just like that, the universe has been restored once more. Please give it up for your champions, Mouz. There we have it, Mouz now claiming themselves $300,000 to their names. Congratulations, guys, for winning the BetBoom Dacha Belgrade tournament. The universe has been restored once more, Trace. But you know what that means?
What does it mean, Veracity? It's been a long ride.
It means that all of our fantastic talents, the entire multiverse, has been reunited once more. And boy, oh boy, am I ready for this.
Yeah, let's hear what they got to say.
The only thing to be said, a big congratulations to Mouz. Back-to-back best-of-5 3-0 sweeps. 20.6 years old, the average across this roster, and a $100,000 month for each of them.
Yeah.
If that's not good eating, I don't know what is.
Yeah, the money's amazing. The fact that they won the long tournament and the short tournament and beat, a different, extremely deserving opponent in that final as well also speaks volumes. They have made progress, even though they haven't done this in the stadium in front and versus FaZe. They've taken down Spirit, who have literally beat FaZe in a grand final on stage. They have really shown that there are levels to this team. There's resilience, there's endurance as well.
Yes.
And we are witnessing history, I think, because it's an emergent story, and I think if Spirit had won it, we would have said the same thing about them with their start to the year and what we're going to see from them. So this feels like a divergent point, actually, BetBoom Dacha here, because this grand final felt like it was destiny. The winner was so up in the air.
Yes.
And now that we see that's taken place, we see what that means and how strong it's made their year overall. Like, imagine if this was Spirit. It would be Kato and it would be this BetBoom.
Yep.
And then they would have made up for not playing at Pro League, and as Mouz, and they've already played at Pro League. So it's I think a pretty significant point in the year for Mouz, and a very, very strong grand final win that will be talked about.
Regardless of who won this, someone was getting their second trophy of the year, and we've been talking about this all the while. With Donk's performance and statistical anomaly being so high up, there's still so much Counter-Strike for him to get through before he can claim to be the best of 2024. But now the question mark remains, well, there's still so much for Mouz to accomplish and so much more for them to win. If they just figure out, one, how to defeat FaZe, and two, how to consistently beat the teams they usually beat in studios on big stages, there is no limitation as to what Mouz can accomplish in the remainder of the year.
No, absolutely. I think they've got a lot to be proud of. And again, trying to think back to a time when we've had a caller as young as Shuhei show so much in such a short amount of time, and how much more that they'll be able to show, especially because they were working in the academy level where they were limited to the tier 1 events they could even attend in, and they built up a wealth of experience and a great base for this team to really kind of take off, and now they've instantly shown it as soon as they've gotten into the open circuit. And so it doesn't feel like they're going to slow down, and it doesn't feel like the field is going to get any thinner, though. It feels like the competition is going to be continuously difficult, and the last real era that we've seen was Astralis in 2018. There was Liquid and Na'Vi to have like two very short, potentially, arguable eras, if you want to call it that, but really it was Astralis. And the question for CS2 is, will we get sort of a story like we saw with NiP in 2013? But that's so unlikely. I mean, there's so many good teams now that, and the game isn't as different to, what CSGO was to Source or 1.6. So it'll be difficult if they do it. But what we are seeing is a touch of dominance.
It's the makings of it. Dominance, at the very least, in a certain context of Counter-Strike, right? That looming problem that is still Mouz closing out on the big stage. It's a fair criticism. You could be the best at all these other things, where they clearly are. Skipping stages of the major, essentially, cleaning 3-0s like it's nothing. But if you can't get that last thing to click, there's no denying. You can't tell me that that's what Mouz want more than anything.
Yes, we have to see that Mouz versus FaZe final on a big stage. Yep. That will be the final hurdle, all of the ideas tackled at once. As we look back on the brackets of, honestly, really interesting stories. Dexter on Heroic, MIBR showing some teeth. The right teams, quote unquote, getting through in terms of who was the strongest. And on this side of the playoff bracket, of course, Falcons even going on a win streak.
Yeah, a 2-match win streak, believe it or not. However, once going up against Spirit, very clearly not cut from the same cloth, and Heroic the same. So again, all expectations were Mouz Spirit Grand Finals, and I think that the expectation within that would have been a closer affair than this one, which, coming off of the back of a dismantling of Vitality, felt a little odd. I felt like, expectations were very high for Spirit because of the start in Katowice, the anomaly of the drop-off in the big stage of the major playoffs, but obviously a common trend with some of the younger teams. It was a matchup versus Mouz that I thought would be tighter than what they end up posting. I mean, even within these 3 maps, okay, we can talk about this like somewhat cosmetic comeback of the first 2. Vertigo was genuinely a tight game.
Yeah.
Ancient, they left themselves very little wiggle room. And Mirage, I mean, we can't find anything to praise about the Spirit attempt to stop Mouz. Once they hit the ground running on that 3rd map, I completely understand the swagger and confidence that Mouz brought to the server today. Again, just every step of this tournament, they felt as if they were playing like the favorites because they truly believe it from top to bottom.
Yeah. we were on pace to literally get a 13-0 by map 5, essentially. This is how much better it was getting every single step of the way from Mouz. So even though it wasn't that 5-map series, it was still quite a show and very, very fun to watch. And there were lots of great moments. And some stories that obviously, I mean, you know, it is a sort of a vacuum of positivity in the sense of Mouz sucked it all up, and now we have to look down on Spirit a bit, who have to look down on themselves a bit because their last 2 tournament results in these big moments haven't been great.
Yes.
So they've got to go on to try to prove some stuff and work back to build up that foundation and mental resilience, because I think that's the first thing. Maybe they were slightly worse of a team than Mouz are, but they're still a much better team than most teams in Tier 1 still, with Chopper as the IGL. Mouz might be one of the only exceptions, so there's that. But they can still beat FaZe in a grand final on a stage. Not even Mouz have shown that. So there's still a way for Spirit to recover this year 100%. I mean, I think that the thing is that, again, the only difference between your matchmaking game at home, a scrim on ESEA, a LAN match, and a grand final in front of a crowd, it's the same game of Counter-Strike. It's just the circumstances. And that is the difference between good and great players. So if Spirit want to prove that they are in that great category, then they cannot lose their mental in these big games.
Let's hope for Spirit's sake that a loss here versus Mouz is just trying to take down one of the best teams in the world in their wheelhouse, and that what remains of the first half of this year of Counter-Strike, right? They will be at IEM Dallas, they will be at the Blast Spring Finals in London. There are still very big, important events for Spirit to snatch away. It doesn't feel like a team that's going to be making preemptive roster changes. By the time we get to London, there's a chance that some of the teams attending may not be on the most stable legs. So why couldn't Spirit still turn around even this last month and a half of competition prior to the mid-season player break?
Yeah, and at least they don't have to sit on their hands and wait and wait. You know, they didn't miss a major here.
Yep.
Yeah, they've got events coming up right now, so they can do that.
That they do. But this event comes to a close, folks. That's right. A big shout out to Fissure, who we ask you to support. Go ahead, follow them across all platforms and channels so that you can stay up to speed with the tournament organizer who has entered the space with some pretty fat prize pools, top heavy. We reward winners around here, and thanks to them as well for reuniting the multiverse. It's about time that we go join Jasmine and Stunna and wrap this one up. Congratulations to Mouz, commiserations to Spirit, and to all of our other competitors that tried their absolute damnedest. Better luck next time. We'll catch you guys in the next chapter.
Mm.